Hello and welcome to stage 4 of the Tour of Britain. We just had a look back at yesterday's spectacular finish. The stage that started in Goole and finished in Beverley went incredibly to Olav Koy once more. A hat-trick of victories for the young Dutchman from Jumbo-Visma. Let's have a look at what is on the menu on today's stage. We start in Sherwood Forest, the very first time we've started here, and we finish in Newark-on-Trent in the county of Nottinghamshire. Multiple change of direction today. We head north. We go over a categorised climb very early on in the day at Kilton Hill. And then before we wend back into the finish, there's the climb of Red Hill Lane and an intermediate sprint before the finish in Newark-on-Trent. The last time we came here, 2017, when Fernando Gaviria took the stage. 166.6 Ks today. Just over 1,200 metres of elevation and an absolutely glorious day. Temperatures expected to exceed 28-29 degrees today. A hazy start to proceedings, but the sun has burst through the cloud and it looks as if we're going to be treated to yet another barnstorming day, in the weather at least anyway. We start in Sherwood Forest. We're at the Sherwood Forest Visitor Centre in Edwinstowe. Sherwood Forest, of course, the home of a certain Robin Hood, and that's where you can see the mayor with Robin Hood's hat on. A smiling Olav Koy. I'm not too sure whether Olav Koy has visited Sherwood Forest before, but he seems to be enjoying himself, but has gone for a regulation normal helmet. Also there as well, the new wearer of the white jersey, that's moved across to the shoulders of Casper van Uden of the team at DSM Firmenich team, and still in the black jersey, the Pinarello black jersey of King of the Mountains, King of the Hills, or King of the Drags, I'll let you decide, is bolted next to his black spoke James Fouché. Also on the front line there, Ethan Vernon. And also, looks like he's been voted Rider of the Day, most aggressive rider. That's Nicholas Sessler of the Global 6 cycling team, enjoying his time in the limelight after a breakaway exploit yesterday with Harry Tanfield. Also in the mix was the man in the black jersey, James Fouché. A long day out, an animated day towards the end. It's good to see. Me and Brian will discuss that in a little while. Try and break down what may happen today, and could we see this man breaking history, or making history should I say. Olav Koy, 3 wins from 3, 11 wins this season for the young man from the Netherlands, still only 21 years of age, perfectly delivered to another win by Wout van Aert. And thankfully Mick Bennett's lead car didn't run over the 2 riders there from the Ineos Grenadiers. Looked like one of those was Luke Rowe, but we got a 15-minute neutralised, a lovely little rollout, an opportunity for these riders to take a look at this iconic neck of the woods. We don't actually move we actually finished not too far away from Sherwood Forest. We twist and turn, multiple change of direction. We've got the wind heading from the north today, so it's a north to south wind. Another rider who was very animated yesterday was Sam Bennett there, who I mistook for Danny Van Poppel. They get great crowds out at the start. A real hotbed of cycling in this part of the world. Numerous occasions that race have visited here in the past, the Milk Race, previous iterations of the Tour of Britain, the Kellogg's Tour. And now, for the second time, we're going to be finishing in Newark. Way back in 2017, as I mentioned before, it was the Colombian Fernando Gaviria who took victory here. What can Sam Bennett do today? Moving across teams to AG Tour Mondial next year, or AG Tour Citron, should I say, next year. But they've been exceptionally aggressive over the last couple of days. Danny Van Poppel couldn't quite best Olav Koy yesterday. But time to welcome Brian Smith on board. Brian, another fascinating finale. I think the sprint there was a lot to take away from the sprint. We'll talk about that in a second. But the final phase of racing for me showed that there are a lot of teams here really willing to take it to Jumbo-Visma. Today's profile, not particularly challenging at all, but it could be challenging if the teams do take it up like they did yesterday.
Well, this is Robin Hood territory, you know, stealing from the rich, giving to the poor. Could this be a third category surprise win today? taking it away from the rich teams like Jumbo-Visma, who won, the last 3 stages. Could this be a surprise? Get yourself in the breakaway, and we saw some action towards the end yesterday, so anything's possible, and I think they have to believe this. So good breakaway, potentially a stage. I think Jumbo-Visma starting to look a little bit tired. It's how they recovered overnight, because I think that fatigue is shown pretty much every day. Yesterday it was kind of closer in the end, but let's see. Get yourself in the breakaway. There might be some teams thinking about it, maybe GB, because I do really think that it's a stage up for grabs.
Yeah, there certainly is. Ineos Grenadiers racked across the front there on the left-hand side. The man who was the last to attack Connor Swift, and that was the move that actually went clear. It eventually splintered on the run-in. Big attack from the powerhouse that is Nils Pollitt. Took with him Matt Bostock on the run into the line. Didn't want to drag anybody from Jumbo-Visma to the line with him. And Nathan van Hooydonk was the man that was the fly in the ointment on that particular occasion. But yeah, it was an interesting one. And I think, looking back on yesterday's stage, a lot of team will take heart, and I do agree. Jumbo-Visma are still the dominant team, but they were put under a lot of pressure. And when we saw those 3 attacks, it was Luke Rowe who went first. Then we saw Ben Turner went first, then Luke Rowe was just chatting to Ben there on the right-hand side. Tom Pidcock finished highly in the sprint yesterday, 6th place on the day, and the final man to attack was Connor Swift. A very flat finale today. It's pretty much flat all day. We've got 3 climbs, the first of which comes very, very early. That's the 3rd category ascent of Kilton Hill. That comes after about 13 Ks, 151 to go. Second climb comes midway through the race. That comes with 85 Ks to go. And just before that, we have an intermediate sprint. So, an interesting one. It's just a debriefing yesterday's stage by the sounds of things there. So a gentle rollout of this 375-acre country park. It's actually managed on the council's behalf by the RSPB, which is the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. So lots of species of birds, mammals, trees and plants, and is a designated a site of special scientific interest as well as historical. Brian, I'm going to ask you a quick question. Have you ever been to Sherwood Forest, and have you ever seen the tree that Friar Tuck was supposed to have had a conversation with Robin Hood under?
I haven't. I've passed it so many times on the bike and in the car, but I haven't been in it. Worth going?
It's definitely worth going. It's an ancient tree, the best part of 500-600 years old, and that is undoubted. So that it is, whether you believe in the legend of Robin Hood is another question entirely. But the tree itself is preserved, and there's a structure helping to hold it up. There's fencing around it, so you can't get too close to protect it. But the width of the trunk is enormous, but it's an ancient oak tree. And when I say ancient, it would have been there in the 1500s, 1400s. That's how old this tree is. It's impressive. So and the forest themselves, absolutely beautiful. So get yourself down there. Yeah, well, there we go. It's called the Major Oak. It's estimated, actually, this is to be around 1,000 years old, that tree. I thought it's only 500, but the tree that is estimated to be 1,000 years old.
Well, it's nice to know something's older than me.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell everybody at home Brian and mine's combined age. It's not quite 1,000, though. It's got a couple of noughts in it, that's for sure. It was supposed to be Robin Hood's hiding place, but as you said, to use some more Robin Hood's anecdotes, yeah, will the teams go on a pilfering raid today? I do think we'll see an early break go clear. James Fouché leads the King of the Mountains classification. He's now built himself a nice lead, 25 points, 11 points clear of Zeb Kiffin in second place for St Piran, and there he is on the front row. Will he try and get another move today? 8 points maximum on offer today. So whoever, even if Zeb Kiffin went in front and took maximum points, he'll still be in the lead in that classification. So a good day's work yesterday by the man from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. And actually focusing on that team, they've had a cracking race as well as having a man in the move. The way Matt Bostock rode yesterday with Nils Pollitt was massively impressive. It was.
Just a pity that Serrano couldn't have gone across there. It's okay for us looking at it retrospectively, but you know, if Serrano would have got there, Movistar wouldn't have gotten involved, I think they would have stood out very good chance, because who else would have helped? I don't think the one rider that was up there for Trinity would have made a huge amount of difference. So yeah, I think the teams really have to look at, you know, how it's kind of playing out, and I think it could be slightly similar today. But Fouché, I think the fact that he's up there, okay, he started up there because he's one of the leaders' jerseys, but you know, he's got what, half a stage. He could take, you know, some more points, so I definitely think he'll be looking to get in the breakaway.
Yeah, it looks like the kilometre zero is about to pass. There it is on the left-hand side, starting today's adventure, 166.6 k's. We're just exiting the town, the village of Edwinstoke, right in the heart of this beautiful forest. And it's legend has it, the beautiful Church of St Mary is where Robin married Maid Marian. Well, Robin Hood, legend to one side. We've already got an attack. The first rider to go clear is a member of the TDT Unibet cycling clear team, but this time they've latched on. So this is quite an interesting one. The formation straight away suggested that several teams might want a piece of this, and Jumbo-Visma keeping a watchful eye on this. That was quite interesting, quite telling. Over the last couple of days, the elastic has snapped very, very early, Brian.
Indeed, Flanders interested. GB looked to try and get in the breakaway as well. So, you know, it's really no surprise. I think I mentioned GB anyway, that, you know, try and get in the breakaway. Okay, they've got Ethan Vernon fighting for kind of stage places. He's only interested in the win, but it's holding maybe a lot of the other team back to kind of concentrate on that kind of sprint finish. Very difficult to beat, you know, the Olaf Coy and James Shaw. You know, he's no team's riding here, but looks as if he's in his neck of the woods and enjoying the day. Together with many others that we know of, Matt.
Yes, there's loads, yeah. James Shaw lives nearby, actually lives a little bit nearer Derby, where I live. So I'm commentating from home. It's not too far away. I think he lives about 6 miles from me. So, EF Education Easy Post getting a bit of free publicity.
Waiting for a mate. I feel like that every time I ride a bike as well. I've name mates.
James Shaw, a local rider, enjoying a nice training ride on a sunny day. He's had a magnificent season, but back to the racing. It is Global 6 cycling on the offensive. Good ride yesterday by Nick Sessler. Twice on the podium in the King of the Mountains classification, twice second.
Who would have bet on that Unibet got beat in the most popular rider in the breakaway competition?
Well, they've won it 2 days in a row, you see, the Unibet teams. They won it with Stockman and with Tanfield, so I think they were going to give it to somebody else. That would have been uproar. You know, the team Unibet matching 3 from 3, almost upstaging Olaf Coy. Yeah, exactly. Can Olaf Coy do it again? So we've got a little move going here. That's a little bit too large. Straight away, Brian, we've been talking. There is James Shaw at the side of the road. I wonder if anybody will give him a wave, or if anybody realises who it is. Good lad, James Shaw. Giving the lads a cheer as they roll by. Yeah, that move was marshalled quite quickly, wasn't it? It was 8 or 9 riders, so they were straight on it, Jumbo-Visma.
Yeah, you can see them, the boys in yellow. I'm surprised nobody squirted water at them. That's what I would have done. If I'd have saw them at the sides, we took the bead on.
Well, we're moving into a little bit of a headwind at the moment. The opening few kilometres, we're heading due north, away from the Sherwood forest, and then we veer round, head back in the opposite direction, then loop north again before dropping down and heading into Newark-on-Trent. But a little split, so the bunch exceptionally active today. No definitive breakaways gone just yet, but clearly lots of riders eager to try and get involved, lots of teams eager to try and get up the road. And why do you think this is on today's stage, Brian? You could look at it, based on what we've seen already, this is a nailed-on sprint stage, but do you think, given the way that Jumbo-Visma were put under pressure, that more and more teams are happy to get involved to force Jumbo-Visma to chase earlier today?
I thought it would have happened yesterday, Matt. I think I mentioned it. It didn't happen. I thought more teams would have tried to infiltrate the breakaway. You can see Stephen Kreuzvik up there just kind of placing things. He'll be happy with 3. He's just kind of easing back. But then GB on the case again, Global 6. So they're there just to, as you say, police things, make sure, you know, a small group goes away 3 yesterday. I really did think it would happen yesterday, and I think winning 3 days in a row, kind of dominating proceedings. They were on the rack a little bit in the way in yesterday, but other teams would have noticed that and thought, right, time to get involved, with the breakaway, because let's be honest here, if a breakaway does go, normally you get, maybe 1, 2, 3 teams, sometimes 4 teams will ride, and especially in a potential sprint stage like this, will ride for the sprinter, but they're actually helping Jumbo-Visma and Olav Koy. So when you win 3 from 3, then you start, racing. I thought they would have did it yesterday, but they didn't. But it looks as if they are today.
Yeah, they're just swinging right here onto a slightly smaller road. Another attack. Looks like it's Abram Stockman, already been in a breakaway in this race. And it looks like it is Fouché on his wheel. Fouché wants to try and score some more points early on. And as I said, the climb of Kilton Hill comes very, very early. The top of the climb in only 12 kilometres time. And before they get there, there are a couple of little undulations which may provide the ideal springboard as Jumbo-Visma continue to try and control things at the front. They'll be more than happy with just 2 riders going clear, but I do feel we might see some other attacks. I do think other teams are going to want to put Jumbo-Visma under pressure. They're clearly still the strongest team in this race, but as we were detailing, numerous squads put them under a lot of pressure yesterday. What turned out to be a thrilling stage from Gould to Beverley. It looked like it was going to be relatively formulaic with that 3-rider break that was away for 2/3 of the race, and then with that cross tailwind that we had on the latter stages as we headed towards Beverley, teams went on the offensive, and it was only in the closing kilometres that things finally closed up, and Wout van Aert did a very long lead out to deliver Olav Koy to another scintillating victory. But that one has come back again, Brian. It looked like that was going to go clear as we just go through some old gates here into an old private road, but still no breakaway. And I think it's fair to say this is the longest we've had so far. Well, the break is still out in front, in fact. Do you think really everybody just wants 2 riders clear? Do you think other teams want a piece of this?
Yeah, they do. You can see Global 6, I think Uno X, GB were interested as well. So, it'll be interesting to see what St Piran do. They were the instigators yesterday. They were the team that, really kind of shook it up a little bit, and then followed by Ineos Grenadiers. But, yeah, lovely part of the world, this. Nice little bridge there.
Yeah, we're just going into a place called Clumber Park now. You see, still heavily forested, wooded. And Clumber Park is one of 3 special National Trust sites in Nottinghamshire. 3,000 acres of parkland and forest. And as you can see, it is gorgeous. Another walled kitchen for you, Brian. It is indeed Abram Stockman and James Fouché, 2 veterans of breakaways. It looks like that is the unmistakable figure of Harry Tanfield trying to get across the gap.
We laugh. I apologise that we laugh, but it's been every day, isn't it?
No, we're laughing because it's just... He's such a likeable rider, such an aggressive rider, never ever gives up and entertains us. And they're a team quite clearly that want to get stuck in the mix. And it's more, here he is again, the irrepressible Harry Tanfield, but he's going to add a bit of firepower to this move. So the TDT Unibet cycling team, we've got a man on the front blocking a bit now. We've got Frederick Versney sat on the front now. This looks like it could be the move of the day. So we're 3 very familiar faces. The Mountains leader and 2 previous winners of the most aggressive rider, or is that the most likeable rider? Here we go. So this looks like it could be the break of the day. James Fouché in the black jersey of the Pinarello King of the Mountains and the 2 members of the Unibet cycling team, and that is Harry Tanfield and Abram Stockman as they move clear.
I'm not too sure,
in Clumber Park.
Matt, if all teams will be happy with this 3 riders. We saw a couple try yesterday when that happened. There's not a lot you can do when it's kind of the road is blocked like it is at the front. A couple of Jumbo-Visma on each side. Other teams kind of happy with this, but I'm pretty sure there must be 2 or 3 teams that have been told maybe to get in the breakaway that wouldn't be overly happy with this. But in these circumstances, Matt, there's not a lot you can do.
Exactly. I mean, it's not a super narrow road, but as you can see, it's only 6 or 7 riders wide. And you've got Ineos are happy with this, Jumbo-Visma are happy, Movistar clearly are. Well, Jumbo-Visma got 3 on the front. Unibet there are represented, so they've got a rider there. So essentially the road has been blocked. And I think a few of the teams, after maybe trying to be a bit disruptive early on, are just going to try and race in the second phase, get It's ideal for Jumbo-Visma only being 3, but again, 3 very strong riders and 3 riders who've gone deep into the race. But I do feel, although we're not going to get the same exposed terrain, the wind isn't blowing anywhere near as hard as we look at some traditional fueling mechanisms there. And the banana in the back pockets of Harry Tanfield is about maybe teams are going to wait till a little bit later.
Do you think that's aerodynamic like his bottle yesterday?
I think it's very, very unaerodynamic, and he needs to have a word with himself. But super traditional. And there he is. He's got it down the front. He needs the banana down the front, really, doesn't he?
Well, he's got something down the front, isn't he?
He's got another bottle, I think, isn't he?
He might have something up his sleeve as well.
They're moving clear nicely. Hit 159 k's to go. 166.6 today. And this is where, in the early stage of the breakaway, they're just going to press home a little bit harder before they settle into a rhythm. And now, here we go. A couple of other teams might want to get involved here, and they clearly are. Once the road widened ever so slightly, and the door opened, we get a couple more teams getting in the mix. Uno X wanting to go, but look at this, Jumbo-Visma straight on it here, Brian.
Yeah, they are, just like yesterday. They don't want a big breakaway. 3 riders is good enough for them. So, you know, they're more than happy with this situation. So, you know, let's see what develops, because, you know, there's I think I just said that a moment ago, there's a lot of teams not overly happy. Danny Van Poppel here in the green jersey. But yeah, it's going to go nowhere with Jumbo-Visma. But then again, it could go. But then again, you know, the rider from Jumbo-Visma here can get a free ride just sitting at the back all day, and that's Nathan Van Hooydonk.
An interesting one there. You just saw that turn on the front from Danny Van Poppel. He's wearing the green jersey. The green jersey is still owned by Olaf Koy, but Van Poppel, after a couple of top 3s, second, or 2 second places in fact, for Danny Van Poppel. That's moved him up into second place in the points classification. So he's wearing green, and that means that Wout van Aert is back in his traditional kit of Jumbo-Visma. As we head out, or is it in Clumber Park? It's one of the two. Previously voted this place the most romantic place in the East Midlands, Brian, and is home to the longest avenue of lime trees in the whole of Europe. A spectacular sight in autumn, and of course we're not quite in autumn just yet, but the leaves are starting to fall. It is a beautiful time of the year, a lovely golden light, even at this time of the day, as they ride through the shade of the trees. But it is Uno X just wanting to force the pace a little bit here, maybe wanting to try and open up the race a little bit and force the hand of Jumbo-Visma to ride a little bit earlier. And there's another attack, it looks like. This time it is it Stian Fredheim who's now going clear?
They're on everything. Nathan Van Hooydonk is on everything, and this is a little bit something. We never noticed it yesterday because they were concentrating the breakaway, but this is what they were clearly doing. They know, and that would suggest to me, jumping on every 3 riders away, jumping on everything would suggest to me that Jumbo-Visma are a little bit worried. That's not one of their teammates there on the sidewalk there, but they're a little bit worried. I know he's in yellow. He's not reading the race now because it's this trio, but 20 seconds, 18 seconds suggests it's still quite active behind, but they don't want to have to ride hard on the front. So I think this will go on a little bit more, and I think a few more teams have to get involved here.
Yeah, I just think Uno X saw what they did yesterday. They want to try and bring this back, open up the race again, and try to force another group to go clear, a bigger group that's going to be harder for Jumbo-Visma to chase, because these 3 riders out in front, although Fouché, Stockman and Tanfield are super capable as we move into the area of Worksop now. It's an interesting one. I'm loving the way that other teams are getting involved now, just making it that little bit harder. They don't want to give this on a plate to Jumbo-Visma, and now it's St. Piran who are getting involved. That beautiful move that they did yesterday, involving Alexander Richardson, Harry Birchall and Jack Rudkin in grey, forced the chase behind from Jumbo-Visma, and they really shut the door quite quickly. They reacted, so they knew the danger of that with that tailwind, and it was quite amazing the way they reacted to it, and it was almost instantaneous, Brian, wasn't it?
It was real no surprise with it looks like I was just about to say Jack Rudkin grey with that style. Uno X still interested. Does look as if is that Ennis Grenadiers getting involved. Still one rider from Jumbo-Visma. So is what you were trying to do here, or the other teams are trying to do there, is just maybe get a small group, maybe 3, 4, 5 riders without a Jumbo-Visma. But for the moment, Jumbo-Visma, especially Nathan van Hooydonk, is kind of policing everything. Also got a rider at the back there, Wout van Aert, so even he's getting involved. It just goes to show you, Matt, that they are worried about a big breakaway and have to ride too hard today, because it looks like Jus van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk are a little bit tuckered out. So just keep this speed up, keep attacking. That's what I'll be telling from the team car. Just make sure that you keep attacking, keep trying, because even those riders will start to get tired and they can't control everything.
Yeah, they certainly can't. Yeah, very high speeds. The lead to our 3 riders out in front. I thought it was going to be the break of the day. Luckily, I haven't got my orange highlighter out just yet, Brian, which I normally do for breakaways. But only 11 seconds lead now.
Yeah,
as
keep
they
it on
pass
pause.
through Worksop. Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is good racing. It was quite steady yesterday. Opened up on the latter stages. Remember, no time bonuses on offer. All of the top 50, 60 riders on exactly the same time, and all it needs is a small gap to open up to completely change the face of this race. And the Jumbo-Visma have dominated so far, but increasingly, day by day, teams have started to chip away, attack them. And as we saw yesterday, they are only human. They still delivered a fantastic win for Olav Koy, but they had to work very, very hard. And at points, their resources were pretty stretched, especially with that break that went clear near the end with Nils Pollitt. And as you said, I think you're quite right. If Gonzalo Serrano had got there and they hadn't had Movistar to assist with the chase, we could be looking at a different leader. Either Pollitt or Serrano would be leading this race. And races hinge on these little moments. But to create those moments, there needs to be aggressive racing. And this is great to see. Uno X also getting in the mix as well now. Team Flanders Balois, the stage winner last year, Camille Bonnier, tried to get across to that very, very early move, but failed and dropped back. And it is Bonnier in second place. But look who's marshalling now as well in the early stages here. Wout van Aert as well, Brian.
And he's had to. Look who's at the back there, Steven Kruijswijk. And that says to me, Steven Kruijswijk is maybe need a little bit of a few more kilometres to warm up a little bit, maybe feeling it over the last few days. So I just say that the aggressive nature of Jumbo-Visma at the moment, having riders towards the front, just placing everything, wanting to fan out here. Don't let it, just keep on going. If you want to kind of break the will of Jumbo-Visma, just keep it going, and hopefully, you know, it will break. But they've got 3 riders to the fore. In that situation, you've been in that situation, Matt, where, you know, your team are trying to control things at the front, and the worst thing you can do is have a teammate at the back. You always say that because it shows that, you know, they're tired. Don't wave around and, you know, panic at all, but you can see the hard work being done, trying to stop anybody else from getting in this breakaway.
Yeah, this is fascinating stuff. The national champion of Uno X, Fredrik Vesny's now on the front as the break. They're having to work exceptionally hard, constantly looking around. You heard Harry Tanfield a few moments ago saying it looks like they're riding. Well, they're not exactly riding. They're trying to force another split to join the break in front. They're not trying to bring the breakaway back. They're trying to force some more splits to make it a little bit more difficult for Jumbo-Visma to chase. So the big teams all getting involved now. Bora Hansgrohe on a piece of the action. Movistar too, always there or thereabouts as well. Is Ineos Grenadiers trying to get people in these moves. And shortly we'll be cresting the climb of Kilton Hill, and as you can see, it is just a long drag, and I have ridden up here in the past actually. It's quite a long drag. It's not particularly hard, just under a K long, and only 3.5% average gradient. It's as you can see, completely urban, and today it's more than worth mentioning. We actually go through, we head just over the border into Yorkshire briefly, and we go into Harworth, which is we pass the Tom Simpson Memorial there, which celebrates the life of Tom Simpson, who was of course the 1965 World Road Champion, but passed away on Mont Ventoux in the Tour de France. But I've raced many occasions in the Tom Simpson Grand Prix, a little bit further away now, but yep, a coal mining town. A lot of coal mining towns in this area. Most of the mines now, of course, have been shut 20-30 years ago, but a real strong mining community as we head even further north into this county and out the other side. But it looks like the man winding himself up for the sprint here, unsurprisingly, Fouché, just does the minimum that he needs to. No need to really force the pace over the top there. Takes the maximum points. He'll be now on 29 points, so a good opening phase of racing, and they've knocked it off a little bit behind here, Brian.
They have. They knocked it off at the bottom of the climb. Gaviria came up on the left-hand side. They fanned across the roads. This is suiting Jumbo-Visma. This is what they wanted. 3 riders go away, and just to control things, and that surprises me. I would have kept on continuing to try and get in that breakaway. Jumbo-Visma have already shown today that they're worried about today's stage and, you know, big breakaway going away. But what it does tell us is, as well now, that they'll have to start riding when a gap gets to about kind of 2 minutes. But it means that, you know, we might see an active final, which we saw yesterday.
Certainly looks like that's going to be the case. Some kids out at the side of the road cheering on the race as they pass by. The gap has yo-yoed, but now it's starting to go north in the same direction of travel right now as we head right to the border of Yorkshire. Actually, when we go through Harrow, it's right on the border of Yorkshire. I'm not too sure if we actually cross over the border at any point, but the town of Harworth straddles the border. And Harry Tanford now settling into that rhythm of his. They're having to press on a little bit here just in case the race reactivates behind. But the last time we saw the peloton spread all across. There's another attack now. It is the Equipo Kern Farmer wanting to get involved in this race. Right over the top of that drag. And 2 riders on the front for the Equipo. 2 riders from Equipo Kern Farmer. Also Nils Pollitt in the mix as well. So it looks like it's Gaviria who's slotted into the back. And look who's punting across the move as well. It is Wout van Aert.
He's one of the motorbikes.
This is good racing. This is going to make sure that these kilometres tick by really nicely. It's going to make it even harder for the riders out in front. They cannot ease off at all. They have to keep applying that pressure. And over the last few days, the break has gone. That's been it. As we head out of Worksop and continue on this little bit of rolling terrain, it gets flatter now for a while. There are some small little undulations, but Gaviria just slotted into that group. And clearly his hand is feeling, he must be feeling a little bit better. Hasn't been sprinting over the last couple of days due to that crash he had on stage 1. But it looks like Kern Farmer riding here to try and bring this back.
Yeah, bring it down a little bit, maybe try to jump across. I really do think that Bora Hansgrohe are kind of looking at it as well. But then Nils Pollitt when you go out to the sides, you want everybody to kind of fan across the front of the roads. But Wout van Aert just, as soon as one rider moves there, he just, you know, jumps straight onto it as well. They're letting nothing move.
No, nothing at all. Wout van Aert slots into wheel number 3. Nils Pollitt takes a glance behind, and there's another move on the left-hand side. Again, the ever-present Uno X Pro cycling team. Magnus Sheffield latched onto the back wheel as they accelerate again. And as a result, unsurprisingly, the gap plummets from 30 seconds down to 20. As the James Fouché, Abraham Stockman and Harry Tanfield continue to relay on the front. This is going to be a hard opening phase of the race for these 3 guys. They'll be acutely aware of what's happening behind, but they cannot ease up and settle into the rhythm that they want to. Right now, the pace they're having to ride at, Brian, it's actually unsustainable, isn't it? They can't keep pushing at this sort of pace. They want the bunch to ease behind so they in turn can settle into a more sustainable rhythm.
Sometimes, I know what you're saying, sometimes it is a little bit easier to kind of hang out there because you're setting a hard, steady tempo rather than the stop-start nature of the bunch, you know, the constant accelerations. But yeah, they want to stay out there, but other teams want to get across, and Jumbo-Visma are just stopping it. So it's an interesting part of the stage now. This breakaway hasn't really gone yet. And, you know, other teams are trying to get in it, which is, you know, Jumbo-Visma are just on the back foot a little bit.
Well, there we go, confirmation of the result of Kilton Hill. Fouché adding another 4 points to his total. Peloton 17 seconds behind, and again, after several mini skirmishes, they've settled right down. To the relief, I think, of Jumbo-Visma in particular, although they did appear to have things relatively under control. Luke Rowe right in the centre on the radio. Fernando Gaviria on our right, on his left, the other side of the road. Also on the front, protecting their man out in the breakaway. A rider from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke cycling team, and they really have knocked it off here. A nice wide road, but nobody now wanting to attack in it. I'm not going to say this is it, but this could be it, Brian. Now 29 seconds, the gap is going up. Will we see any more attacks?
I still think if they can get through, that's the problem. You know, even the motorbikes can't get through, but if they push through and others kind of push through kind of behind them, then there's an opportunity. But I can't believe that, you know, two teams being in the front and every other team are happy with this situation. It's just, what can they do about it? That's the thing.
Well, out in front, as we just move in through Carlton in Lindrick. And next up is Costhorpe, then Old Coates, and then we head into Highworth in about 10 kilometres time, as we see yet another school sat on the side of the road there cheering on this race. And there's a lot of organisation behind that. All of the local communities that the race passes through. As I said, this is Carlton in Lindrick. These small villages and towns that the race passed through have to be told in advance what time the race is coming through, and that's why the people are there. They don't, I mean, there's a lot of what I'm trying to say is, well, there's a lot of work that's done in terms of fostering these relationships, isn't there, between the race organisers and the towns to get involved, get the signs out, get the bunting up, and get people at the side of the road. And that's something, it doesn't happen by accident, that, does it?
No, it doesn't, and there is a particular cycling interest in Carlton as well, because Carlton in Lindrick was home to the famous Carlton Flyer, which was Carlton Cycle's flagship bicycle frame from its introduction in 1935. So anybody probably round about my age will remember the Carlton frames, the old retro bikes that they had.
I certainly do. Yeah, there's a lot of old bike like the Curly Hetchins. When, I mean, it's coming back a little bit, steel frames, the artisan craft of steel frame building. Of course, Raleigh weren't too far away as well, but based in Nottinghamshire. So a lot of manufacturers based in this neck of the woods or in the north of England.
Well, you mentioned Haworth and Tom Simpson next, but Cyril Cartwright won a silver medal in individual pursuit at the 1949 World Championships, and later Tom Simpson a bronze medal in the team pursuit at the 1956 Olympics, alongside Donald Burgess, John Geddes and Mike Gambro. So there's a lot of cycling history in this part of the world.
No, there certainly is. A few locals giving us the indication of the temperature today. Shirts off on a dog walk, but temperatures could rise to as much as 29 degrees today, which is very warm for August in England, that's for sure. Great atmosphere. With the gap now at 1 minute and 22 seconds, I don't think we're going to see any other attacks right now from the peloton. I think that there's been a little bit of a ceasefire here. The gap will go out, but given the strength of the riders in front and their proven ability, let's see at what point the peloton behind start to chase, or start to ride, shall I say. They certainly won't be chasing, they'll be setting a tempo so as not to allow this break to get too much of a lead. But it is the optimum number, I think, of riders available. And we saw the chasing early on by Jumbo-Visma. As soon as the break had 4 or 5 in it, they'd shut it down immediately. They're really on it, not giving themselves too much work to do. A break of 6 or 7 on roads like this, essentially flat terrain, with what will be a tailwind finish as well. Though we're still heading into a headwind, we'll soon loop round, pick up a tailwind. And the second third of the race, another 20 or 30 k's of headwind before the tailwind that will push them all the way into the finish at Newark. But yeah, great to see the kids at the side of the road welcoming the Tour of Britain as the lead continues to rise here. So 1 minute 40 seconds. I think this is it for this first phase of the race now, Brian.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say get your orange highlighter out now, Matt, and doodle away.
Well, there we go. Fouché already with a few more points in the bag. At the start of today's stage, there were 73 points available, maximum points available to one singular rider if they were to win every single climb. So he's slowly but surely chipping away. And there's an indication of what was at the heart of many of the communities in this part of the world. Rich mining heritage. As we pass through Langold, a lot of the towns and villages as we head towards Haworth are very, very close together. It's almost being in like a semi-suburban area. You pass through one town, you're briefly in the countryside, then you go into another town as well. But the economies of these places in the early 1980s was completely shattered when all the mines were being closed down. That's a real historical turning point in relation to the fabric of these communities. But here they are, flourishing again. But a real nod to the important past. No more mining anymore. But things have settled down in the peloton behind now. Really have knocked it off, and the lead is building rapidly now. 2 minutes and 4 seconds, 143 k's to go, and no indication at all of anybody wanting to take things up. But I think we can take a lot from the opening phase of the race there, Brian. I think that's going to suggest to us that whatever happens at the back end, whether this break survives, get caught, there will be teams happy to go on the attack and put Jumbo-Visma under all the pressure later on.
Yeah, there's two things that you could have done, is try and get in the breakaway and really force Jumbo-Visma to ride, or save all your energy. And, you know, they'll put 2 riders on the front to control, you know, 3-rider breakaway, which they did yesterday. They'll get tired towards the end, leaving them 4 riders. One is Wout van Aert and one is Olaf Koy, which leaves, you know, kind of 2 other riders to kind of help out. And, you know, they were forced into trying really hard yesterday, and just about pulled it off. And I think that's what will happen again today. So, but for most teams, they would have rather have probably a stronger breakaway away. They would have, you know, kind of forced the hand of Jumbo-Visma a little bit more.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of teams trying to get riders across, and that's why we saw Udo X on the attack. Q36.5, Team Flanders, Balois, and the Ineos Grenadiers. Movistar also getting a couple of riders in the move. Global 6 also active, as were Bora Hansgrohe. But I think from a Jumbo-Visma's perspective, from their particular point of view, I think they'll be pretty happy with this situation. This is a break that will be manageable, but they won't want to let it go out too far for the reasons that we've talked about. And already they've put a rider on the front. And on this occasion, there was just a small gap has opened up as the team car of the TDT Unibet cycling team bridges across to the front of the race to service both of their riders. I think we're now seeing the early phases of Jumbo-Visma just picking things up. They might even let this go to 3 minutes before they start to ride here.
Actually, the rest of the teams are lucky that Stockman is there for Unibet. He's at 19 seconds. The other 2 riders, Fishy at 2:25, Tanfield at 19:24. So, you know, the fact is Stockman's there at 19 seconds that they're forced into chasing. Otherwise, they could have let it go up a lot more, Matt, as you know. But yeah, it's hard to control a peloton, but when we've got 90-odd riders in here, I think Jumbo-Visma have done a terrific job in trying to kind of police things and making sure that you know, only a small group went away. And this man here at the back, number 71, Wout van Aert, he got involved as well. He probably realised it can take the pressure off a couple of his teammates, especially Steven Kruijswijk. But I notice he's coming up towards the front to start riding as well. So his job is to ride, but just initially sometimes if you've ridden the last 3 days, all the accelerations at the start, your legs are kind of hurting a little bit until you ride yourself in.
Yeah, it can be quite, I used to always find it quite hard at the start of a stage to go almost as if you were kind of blocked, but quite often being forced to go a little bit harder than you'd ordinarily want to actually helped unblock the system and get yourself going a little bit. And on that occasion it was all hands to the pump. And I remember in particularly riding in different teams over the years, particularly active opening stages of races, when you wanted to get riders in the move, you'd be looking around looking for support, because a lot of the teams here would have been told to try and get representation in front. But they're not letting this. I thought it might go to 3 minutes, but no, 2.5 minutes appears to be the limit, because they know 2.5 minutes they can ride, and they can also then, in the final phase of the race, start to bring it back by using other resources as well. But up to 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, that just makes it a completely different proposition. So it seems to me that the nod has either come on the road or from the team car. Right, guys, relax for a bit, cover any moves, but once the break gets to 2.5, that's when we start to ride. And we've seen that every single day so far. 2.5 minutes, we start to ride. And it's Steven Kruijswijk on the front, and just behind him, for a change, in fact, it is Nathan van Hooijdonk. So it looks like well, Jos van Emden has been given a little bit of time off here today because he's had a very difficult 3 days.
That's often the case in races, that you'll save someone a little bit more than someone else and use someone else up again. It's another telltale sign. We see it often in races, that even in the high races, like the big races like the Tours and things like that, even someone like Sepp Kuss will do his job, but sometimes he'll be given the last climb, just ride easy onto the finish, and that's the interest for me, because he's not really been kind of tested every day. I know he's leading the Vuelta, and he'll be having to stay there pretty much day in, day out. Not everybody can do that, not everybody trains for that, and often in races, I know they're going into meetings that you give riders days off where they just ride in the gruppetto, and it's always a telltale sign when you see a rider that you think is a quality rider losing 25-30 minutes. They're the riders you have to watch for the next day getting in the breakaway.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been just talking to several teams about the way they do that. Team Sky as well. As we see the real line out here, they've kept a lid on this time gap, so it's holding steady now. The bunch behind riding at pretty much the same speed as our group in front. Harry Tanfield. Sorry, this is Abram Stockman, 27 years of age, from Belgium, having a word with the DS. They've been a very active team in this race. It looks like it's Rob Harmeling. I think we used to race with Rob Harmeling, didn't we? Yeah, we did. It's a very familiar. Yep, a familiar name. But they're getting their name out there.
He wasn't. He was a lovely lad, right? But let's just say he wasn't the most popular of riders in many a race. And maybe I shouldn't be saying this and things like that, but things went underhand a little bit in the past, where if you were attacking at the start of the race at kilometre 0, and most of the peloton wanted an easier day, then one or two riders would throw beat-ons at riders attacking, and Rob used to be one of those riders that used to attack. Jackie Duran was another rider that used to, in my day, can attack kilometre 0. You had every right to do it, but there was some unruly riders that would throw the odd beatener, and it would be full at that moment at some of these riders. Yeah,
I've experienced that in the past. We come from the same era, basically. There's only a couple of years between us, but we talk about the hierarchy, the unwritten rules of the peloton, the patrons of the peloton. There were several riders that I don't think ever deserved to be the patron, but assumed their position anyway. Especially in some of the smaller races, you'd get riders who just assume they could make all the decisions, and quite often there were bullying tactics that were used in races, and I've had beat-ons thrown at me for attacking early, which is completely legitimate. But back 30 years ago, racing was very, very different. We've talked about it earlier on. There used to be breaks used to go earlier on, but they would get a lot of abuse a lot of the time. But then once the break had gone, if you deigned to attack, if you dared to attack in between, you get all sorts of abuse hurled at you, and you would be almost ridden off the road. Things that I've had people throw, like I've had a beat-on thrown at me, and I've had a cheese roll hit me in the back of the head once as well, which is quite funny. Back in the day.
You know it was a cheese roll?
Well, because I saw it fall to the side of the road. It was in the Tour de l'Avenir. It was one of the riders from Top Sport Vlaanderen that didn't like the fact I'd attacked as soon as the flag went, and a lot of abuse held at me. But no penalties were dished out. That was just the way it was, and I'm glad that the sport is evolved. The sport has evolved in many, many different ways, and I'm glad that we're dispensing with this old school hierarchy that used to be quite toxic actually at times.
Yeah.
And it was something that made me very nervous, because sometimes I just wanted to race my bike, and you were afraid to in the peloton of old. Although I've only got primarily brilliant memories, there was a certain element that you could only race when certain riders said you could race, and that doesn't really happen. Well, it doesn't happen anymore, which is a good thing. So 2:18 now for our 3 riders. It took a while for the elastic to finally break. They've been away since about kilometre 8 or 9. The lead went out to 30 seconds, back down to 10 seconds, up to 30. There's lots of aggressive racing. Now we're now on Scrooby Road. I recognise this
car
part.
park we used to park for the Tom Simpson.
That's right. This is Scrooby Road.
Finishing line would a bit here.
That's it. So this is Highworth. This is the home, or was the home, of Tom Simpson, who passed away in the 1967 Tour de France, climbing Mont Ventoux. World road race champion, yellow jersey in the Tour de France. Milan-San Remo won it, and this is where he came from. And the Tom, not too sure if the Tom Simpson Memorial Race is still raced anymore, but it used to be almost like it was a good race, a well-respected race, but on a Kermesse type circuit, about a 10, 12k circuit with a couple of drags on it. It's a really nice, fast race, wasn't it? A quite prestigious national level race.
Well, they're going the opposite way here. It used to finish at that car park on the
That's
straight.
right.
It used to kind of drag up and finish there. Then down this side and down to that roundabout and turn left. And it used to be like more of a kind of triangle.
That's right. There are only essentially 3 corners on the circuit. Now, where they're riding down now...
This is the drag up, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that left-hander, that's... because I'll blow my own trumpet. I won the Tom Simpson Memorial twice over the years.
You forgot the first time, so you done it again.
Yes, yeah. But, yeah, attacking just before that left-hand corner on 2 different occasions from a break and taking it both times. So, yeah. But a horrible long drag all the way to the finish,
straight.
about a kilometre straight.
Yeah.
Really hard to judge. But some good memories, actually, and met the sister of Tom Simpson on both occasions, and we put some flowers on his grave in the village. So a race that I'm quite proud to be on the trophy of still. So, yeah, an important location for British cycling here, and a man that's always fondly remembered. So, 2:13. So Stephen Kruijswijk metronomically setting the tempo on the front, and Jos van Emden has now moved through to the front as we look at a classic car on the right-hand side. Always good to see. Lovely rows to ride your classic cars on. Now soon we'll be just taking a little bit of a change of direction as we head further north, and multiple changes of direction on today's course, as I was saying earlier on. And we actually, as we go through Haworth, we're now heading in primarily an easterly direction before we start dropping in a southeast and then south all the way through Bourton. We only go about, at the intermediate sprint, which comes at approximately half distance, we're only about 4 or 5 miles from the start location. We then continue on south over Red Hill Lane, and then we go to South Southall and we start heading north again, and then we start heading south again to finish. So it's an interesting looping route, never that far away from the start or the finish, but we have hit pretty much the most northerly point of the race, or the route so far today. And in a bit we'll be picking up a cross tailwind, so expect the pace to increase, and I do think we're going to be treated to another high average speed today, Brian. It was an active start, and just the speed that these riders are able to go at is going to mean that we will have a pretty decent average speed today. There's a little bit of wind, but not too much to really knock the speed down when they're riding into a headwind.
I think looking at the route of this year's Tour de Britain, we were always thinking that anyway, because there's so many flatty stages, and okay, we're hoping for a little bit of winds, maybe to mix things up, but we haven't got that. But I think towards the end, the fact that we've got one dominant team, I think will mean that you know, they'll be attacked come the end, very similar to yesterday.
And a different finish as well, as we get a side profile shot of the peloton speeding along. Some stats for the first King of the Mountains, and there was a few little attacks of the lower slopes of the Kerry before it settled down over the top. Hence you're seeing some big numbers. There were riders that were involved in the attacking. 1200 watts as the riders accelerated to either try and go clear or to shut down the moves. Jos van Emden, Niels Pollitt just behind. Bora Hansgrohe still looking, well, everybody's still looking for that stage win. The race has been bossed so far. 3 stage wins for our race leader Olav Koy. But Brian, just looking ahead towards the finish, we had that very narrow technical finish in Wrexham the other day. We had the wider finish in Manchester. Yesterday we had that long drag to the line, which seems like one of the longest sprints I've ever commentated on, and I'm sure the riders would agree. But the finish today in the centre of Newark, it's almost like a hybrid sort of finish. Not as small as Wrexham, not as large as Manchester. It's a city centre finish and another relatively technical one, especially the last 3 Ks. There's some long straights, but also some very technical sections as well.
There is. I think the last 900 metres when we turn right is almost, I would say, almost pretty straight towards the finish. But like you say, they're coming out into town, and you know, between 2.5 K, you take a right, left in quick succession, and you know that's probably the most technical part of that. The others tend to be sweeping, but you know that'll you know thin the peloton out, and I would think that would be a little bit of a bottleneck in a place where everybody would want to be, because you really don't know what's going to happen round the corners, and you want to be at the front. But as for crucial, there's still an opportunity to come back to the front, and it looks as if it's just kind of rolling from about 1.5 to, you know, I would say 1.2 to go. It rises slightly uphill as well, but it's going to be another kind of fast run in towards the finish. But yeah, it is a little bit more technical, but as we get onto the finishing straight, it's about 900 metres long.
Yep, it's that just it's with 2.5 Ks to go, as you said. That right, immediately left again. That is where things are going to really thin out. But as you said, there's an opportunity to move up a bit, but they'll pick up that little bit of a tailwind with 2 Ks to go as well. Although it's relatively sheltered, they run parallel to the banks of the River Trent. Hence the name, Newark-on-Trent. It's a place that I've been to on a few occasions. I've never raced there. I've eaten pizza there. For what it's worth, as we look at Mr. Rodriguez, Carlos Rodriguez of the Ineos Grenadiers, sat last man at the moment. Settling into the rhythm that will, well, envelop the race for the next couple of hours at least. Just over 100 miles the distance today, 166 Ks, the 3rd longest stage of the race. A big day tomorrow. But Steven Kruijswijk doing a long pull on the front there, as there's a couple of conversations behind. Looks like that was Sam Bennett having a word with a Niels Pollitt. Puts it down to 2 minutes already as we look at what it takes to move along at this sort of speed. And there we go, around 43 Ks an hour, and is fluctuating around 330, 360 watts, which is, for most people, exceptionally uncomfortable. But this man can do this for a good couple of hours, then sit on the wheel, recover a little bit. And it's amazing the amount of recovery you get. We talk about the importance of aerodynamics, but it's enormous, isn't it? Once you've done a long, they might be even doing 5 or 7 minutes on the front of like really long, steady pulls, which you can sustain. But then once you drop onto the wheel, you cut the effort required by a third or even a half, depending on the wind direction there, Brian. So, but yeah, the shape of the race now is they're going to divvy this up. It's going to be mostly Jos van Emden and Steven Kruijswijk, probably, I would imagine, for the next 70 Ks, 80 Ks.
Oh, you talked about shape of the race, but look at the shape of the peloton. It's not bunched up. They are, you know, the reason when it goes like this is, you know, they're clipping on a good tempo at the front. So you want to get as much shelter as possible, so you go behind. There's no point kind of sitting in the wind, because then you are pretty much doing 350 watts on average as well. So this is why we see the peloton kind of strung out like this. When the pace is up, the best shelter you get is from the riders in front, and you want to be as close as possible.
Yeah, a good catch there from Steven Kruijswijk. Had a conversation with his teammate, fellow countryman, Jos van Emden.
All these wee things come into it. Like we see it, the strategy, and I think it was Chris Froome in the Giro d'Italia that had that kind of strategy of, members of staff very regularly so that you didn't have to drop back, and more teams doing it. Of course, it's something that the kind of richer teams can afford to do. The other teams can't because they don't have as many staff members as that. And I don't know. I think we should do away with feed stations. I think it should be a strategy of the team to where to put their staff members to hand up musettes and bottles and things like that. So, it's a lot easier for them to take it at the front, and we see it quite often in races that a lot of the teams will be in the side of the road. It's to stop a teammate from dropping back to the car and then going all the way up to the front. And if you're doing 350 watts at the front, you have to go faster to take those bottles up. And it's all these little bits of energy that you want to try and kind of save in a race. So it's quite important, these team members at the side of the road, to give bottles up at the front. It just saves a lot of energy for an individual to go back to the car and bring them up.
It certainly does. But as you quite rightly said, Brian, they're some of the bigger teams, so your Movistars, Ineos, Bora and Jumbo-Visma in this race will have far more staff, far more vehicles at their disposal as well. With some of the smaller teams, some of the domestic teams, some of the smaller Conti teams, your St. Purins, your Global Sixes, with far more modest budgets, and therefore, if you have a modest budget, less ability to pay for resources, including staff and vehicles, it becomes a little bit more of a logistical challenge.
And also start money. The bigger teams get more start money as well.
Indeed. Yeah, there is a distinct hierarchy, as there is in a lot of sports, of course, in the various divisions of teams, sponsorship funding. The bigger the teams, the bigger the stars, the more money that it costs to run a team, and therefore the more money there can be to spend on the things that make the differences. Getting experts involved in relation to nutrition, psychology, R&D, aerodynamics, race tactics, the list goes on, and included in that, importantly, is one of the things that we don't often dwell on. It's the other staff, it's the swan years, and the division of tasks and resources on a route that's quite complex, and where riders don't want to drop back. There are certain races, on a race like this now, it's settled, it's not actually that bad to drop back right now, but in a stage in the mountains where the racing is on, or in a race in Belgium, with the bergs left, right and centre, multiple changes of direction, Tour of Flanders being the best example, that's where you really have to think about where you have your feed zones. Or there's riders that will have a very, very specific task, but with small teams of 6 here, so yeah, it's something that teams are constantly looking at, isn't it, and fine-tuning, because there are definite advantages to getting that side of it right, as we've seen in the case of Chris Froome a few years ago.
Well, that just highlights it, the advantages that you can get. I know that, the UCI are trying to look at ways of kind of evening things out, the playing field, and I think most teams have kind of caught up. Team Sky came in with their marginal gains, but everybody else has looked exactly the same now. So when it comes to clothing, height of socks, all that sort of stuff, most people have kind of caught up, but that's where there's still a bit of a difference between the smaller teams as well. When you go down the hierarchy down to the third division, you remember when the buses come out as well, and slowly but surely you go to races now and third division teams, continental teams have team buses. Yep. That they've bought off of older buses from some of the world tours. So nice to see them being recycled, but yeah, it's you just see it all involving. We think back to our day, and we used to travel everywhere by car and get changed in the car and afterwards in the car. Nowadays it's all these kind of fancy buses, and I know they try to kind of stop these camper vans and things like that, but there's other things that they really have to look at, because it's we're talking about feeding strategy. I think that should be down to the team, but you can have people at the side of the road here, there and everywhere, and it's a big advantage. And the amount of energy saved. I know you said it's easy going to the front to the back, but if you're taking a bottle now and your teammates are up the front, then it's still a bit of an effort.
Oh yeah, when the tempo's on. I've experienced it a few times myself when I've had to drop back to the car in some big races. 6, 7, 8 bottles you could maybe get, especially we're talking now 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when the jerseys were different. They were a lot looser.
And then you had to climb.
And exactly, well, I've done that before. I don't know whether I have used this anecdote before in commentary, but I'll give it again because it's pertinent. Our team it was in the Duro. Our team were chasing on the front because we'd missed the break. We were told to get in the break, we didn't. So our team were riding, and I dropped back to get bottles, and it was basically one long line on this really difficult rolling terrain. So I dropped back, got about 7 bidons, and the pace was that hard. And there was just one line of riders, or just like in twos. It took me the best part of 10 Ks to pick my way back through the peloton because it was hilly. I was carrying the best part of 4 kilos of extra weight, and I had to carry 4 kilos at a faster speed than the front of the bunch. And this is maths. But I finally got my way to the group, went to hand out my first bottle, and we hit the feed zone. and all the team people were taking bottles, and it was like, oh my! And I tell you what, I ended up giving bottles to other members of different teams, and then threw a couple to the side of the road because we didn't need them. But that's an extreme example. But yeah, it is a big effort, and these riders make it look so easy. But there's a cost to that. If you're carrying, 2 bottles is a kilogram roughly. 1 bottle is 500 grams in weight. It's a couple of those, and things get things get a bit hairy. It's very hairy, so you've really got to think about where you do that. I was having to ride at threshold just to deliver the bottles to the front of the bunch.
I've got almost a similar, and it was in the Giro as well. I went back for 8 bottles, turned a corner, and then went up a hill, and I just thought, no chance. And I just threw them all away. I'm not carrying them. And then I waited till it settled down. Nowadays you can see that there's a hill coming up. Back then you didn't know the routes. You never reconned the route, and you didn't know. And even the sports directors didn't have the likes of Velo
just a flat map, like that. 2-dimensional map, yeah.
Yeah, so you pick your route card out. Yeah, it looks flat, goes up a hill. No, throw them out, and had to go back again. But in temperatures, because I was talking to some of the guys at the Ironman, and saying that in this sort of heat, you're probably looking at least 1 bottle every half hour, maybe 20 minutes. I know that in an Ironman you can't have people at the side of the roads. You have to be self-sufficient. There are feed stations, but you're still limited with feed stations, and most of these guys don't want to kind of stop at feed stations, and they want to continue on. So I need to look back at to see some of the results, but it's a long day out, and you really do need that that fluid intake, because everybody talks about feeding, and when you talk about feeding they think about kind of solid foods and gels and things like that, but I know, being a sweater and coming from Scotland, that hydration is right up there with the calorie intake.
Oh, massively. Yeah, the performance drop-off is enormous, and it's very difficult, even if you do start taking on fluids, once you are dehydrated, to get back to your optimum point. Let's look at Nicolo Parisini of a Q36.5. Looking at the way they were riding yesterday, and although they haven't got an out-and-out top-tier sprinter here, they were looking after Simon Sanyok, so watch out for him today should things come back together. They were pretty organised in the finale yesterday. They managed to just scrape someone just outside the top 10 in what was a very hard finish. And the rest of that lineup: Mark Donovan, Damien Howson, Kamil Malecki, Badasini, we've just seen, Sanyok and Joey Rostov. But no, you're quite right. And again, it's once the thirst mechanism kicks in on a human being, it's generally quite late in the day. If you become thirsty and you're aware that you're dehydrated, in terms of performance, you've already fallen through the floor. So and you hear it when we, in some of the bigger races in the Giro, the Tour, the Vuelta, when we get the radio comms coming through, and we did it, actually we heard it for the first time this year at the Tour de France. Quite a lot of the chat was quite mundane, and I didn't find a lot of it that interesting, to be honest with you, because teams aren't going to speak on the radio and let that go public when it comes to tactics. But one of the themes that came through that we heard a lot of was quite, and they weren't doing it for show, it's because it's a constant reminder, especially on stressful stages. All the DSs were saying was, keep eating, have a little bit of food, keep drinking, especially in breakaways when the riders are focused on the race ahead, the tactics, managing their own effort. It is very, very easy, even at this level, Brian, isn't it, to actually forget 40 minutes. Oh, I haven't had a drink for 40 minutes. And we've seen that happen to Tom Pidcock in the Tour. I just forgot to drink. And even though it happens, not time and time again, I think there's far more discipline now, but that is one of the constants, that it is easy to just forget for a bit, and the detrimental effects in your performance cannot be understated.
Well, it works in the strategy of the whole race. You know, you're talking about the Tour de France there, and there's certain points you come off after the Glandon, you come off the Croix de Fer, and that can be quite a tricky descent, quite fast. And if you can down there, you're thinking of safety only, you know, racing down there on the drops and things like that. But you can take about half an hour to get down. So a lot of the climbs I would look at, and there was, when you go down that climb, there's a bit almost in the middle that is a little bit flatter, less gradient. And I would tell them beforehand, and I'd tell them, eat and drink now, because you won't get another opportunity, because if you wait that half an hour, then that's too long. So you go over the top of the climb, you make sure that at this particular part, over this next kilometre or two, that's when you have to eat and drink. These are the things that you have to give up to the riders, because like you say, Matt, there's certain points where whether you get uphill, most people are spraying and having a drink, and that's, but sometimes it's when you're going downhill that you're thinking about just holding those bars and things like that. And it's something I learned from the guys at Core as well. I always thought that, you know, having your jersey and wicking away the sweat and the kind of watering on it, having a drier jersey and things like that was better for you. No, it's the opposite. Having a wet jersey, because that's why you sweat. You know, the sweat is your body mechanism of cooling yourself down, and that's why I see a lot of riders spraying themselves with water, completely with water, so that their wet clothing helps cool themselves down.
Yeah, we're seeing it increasing now, that the use of, for the last, best part, probably 10 years now, I think it's fair to say, the use of ice vests. And ice vests don't just cool your body temperature down. If you looked at yesterday's Vuelta stage, as we see the break now, the lead just under 2 minutes, certainly been kept a lid on. And it is a hot day here, but they will start the TT they're warmed up, but they'll be absolutely wet through as well. You saw Remco Evenepoel, they wear these ice vests, but the ice vests are melting and they've got condensation. They're not just cold, they are, like you said, they're wet through as well, and they will start in a wet skin suit basically. And especially when you look at the Time-Tron, the aero helmets that they're using, with not a lot of ventilation, they need to make sure. But had a chat with a rider about what sort of balance. Overheating, aerodynamics, he said, well, it's worth feeling a bit hot because the aerodynamic gain is far superior. So you can, even if you maybe lose, let's say, 1% through overheating slightly, you'll gain 2 in terms of the aerodynamic gain. So that there's a lot of there's so much to talk about, there's so much to drill down and look at, and a lot of it's weighing things off against each other, isn't it, as well? It might be slightly inconvenient, but that's going to outweigh that one. So we're going to feel slightly hot, but you know what, I'm going to go that little bit quicker, and you pay things off.
I know
fascinating.
that, Matt, that Ineos tried an undervest that was supposed to be a little bit more aerodynamic, the undervest, but it made them too hot. So you have to weigh these things up, and I know that I work with a French company called Ecoy, and I noticed that Michael Woods in the Puy de Dôme was wearing one of the aero helmets rather than the the ventilated ones, and most people in hot temperatures want ventilation. They don't want aerodynamics, but the aerodynamics come into play when you're riding at these speeds, so that's why you're balancing things up.
Yeah, totally. Of course, he went on to win that day, Mike Woods. And of course, a Canadian. We've got so much racing on, which you can see on GCN Plus and Eurosport, of course. A lot of racing coming up over the next few days. The Vuelta continuing, and then we have Montreal and Quebec over the weekend as well. Friday, am I right? Friday and Sunday?
Friday and Sunday.
Friday and Sunday, the 2 World Cup races. So, and that illustrates that we're talking about resources. That's a triple programme. For all the World Tour teams. Well, there's World Tour teams here. The Tour of Britain is not a race that they're obliged to ride, but it's a great race. It's a prestigious race, so they're here. But Jumbo-Visma, Ineos, Movistar, Bora Hansgrohe will have teams in England, in Great Britain, in Canada, and in Australia, and in Spain as well. So that's just, I think, this particular phase of the season, given the Canadian races, I think, and you are managing teams in that situation, and that is an enormous drain on resources, isn't it? An enormous stretch, because it's not as if it's just 3 European programs, which is slightly easier, but one the other side of the world as well.
Yeah, we want to globalise cycling, but for some teams, it's the logistics is a lot, especially the start of the season when you're looking at Australia as well. It's balancing all this stuff up. So I think from kilometre zero, we are covering the race from line to line. I believe that our international GCN viewers are able to see line to line, but our UK audience isn't, and I think they've just joined us, Matt.
Well, welcome to anybody who's just joined us for the Tour of Britain today. Wherever you are in the world, welcome. I'm Matt Stevens, Brian Smith alongside me. It's stage 4 of the Tour of Britain, and today we started in Sherwood Forest, the iconic Sherwood Forest, the home, of course, of the legendary Robin Hood, and we're heading towards Newark-on-Trent. Total distance today, 166.6 kilometres. 2 categorised climbs along the way, gently undulating terrain. We've already been over one climb that was taken by one of the men in the breakaway, Jim Fouché, adding a few more points to his tally, his lead in the King of the Mountains classification. And also up front in the breakaway, alongside the New Zealander Harry Tanfield of Great Britain and Abram Stockman of Belgium, both riders from the TDT Unibet cycling team, and both of those riders previously in breakaways and previously winners in this race already of the most aggressive rider. We saw a lot of activity early on in the first 20Ks, several teams trying to bridge across to the move just to put a little bit more pressure on Jumbo-Visma. But right now, things have settled down and we're in that familiar holding pattern phase of the race. 2 riders on the front for Jumbo-Visma. Of course, have the race leader Olav Koy in the red and blue jersey, but Jos van Emden on the front now, working hard with Steven Kruijswijk to keep a lid on the lead of these 3 riders out in front. It maxed out at 2.5 minutes, and at that point, it was when they started to ride, and they're holding steady now at 1 minute and 53 seconds with just over 116 kilometres to go. And the next obstacle on the road will come in 36 kilometres time, and that is the second categorised climb of the day, the final categorised climb of the day, Red Hill Lane. But again, it's hardly a climb really. It's just a long drag, 1.05 Ks. At only 2.3% average, so they might not even notice it. But there we go. Good tempo being set here, Brian. The shape of the peloton just telling us that this certainly isn't easy. It would be, I mean, having ridden at this pace a lot back in the day, this is one of those paces that you can just feel it. It's just uncomfortable, isn't it? I mean, certainly not anywhere near threshold, certainly not super easy, but just ever so slightly uncomfortable. When you get into the wind, you're always trying to find that little bit of extra shelter. It's that kind of sweet spot riding that they're riding at right now.
Yeah, for the riders in the peloton, they just want to kind of bunch up and have a chit-chat with each other, but they can't because the pace is so much that they have to sit behind each other. And, they're doing that because they want to shelter. Just saw a tank at the side of the road there. I know that we're in the kind of area, I believe, that's Baudry, famous bombing of the airfield at Port Stanley by Vulcan bombers from RAF Wadlington during the Falklands War was coordinated from the operations room at Botry Hall. So there's a lot of kind of military around this way as well.
Yeah, it was also a bustling river port in the 14th century as well. A Roman settlement back in 1616. And the river that passes through this little town is the River Idle. As we head out through Habblesthorpe. That's a brilliant name, isn't it? Habblesthorpe. Absolutely fantastic. Next is next on the menu. After this will be Drakeholes near the Chesterfield Canal. But an interesting route today, just a series of S-shapes as we meander through the Nottinghamshire lanes. It's a lovely, lovely part of the world. Churches aplenty as we pass through these beautiful country villages. But as you can see, the pace very high. You get a real impression of the speed that the peloton are moving along at as they whiz by. And there is the tank that you were talking about.
Kreuzberg just had a look at it.
It's like,
can't
what?
park that there.
He might have got a parking ticket, we don't know. But yeah, an interesting sight. Something you don't ordinarily see on a bike race, of course. But the average speed, Brian, and today, which we'll pick up near the end, a very impressive 45 k's an hour. And when you look at racing over the last couple of years, and we've discussed it at great length, races are just getting quicker and quicker and quicker, aren't they? We generally, unless it's a place-to-place into a block headwind, generally speaking, if it's a race where there's multiple change of directions or relatively benign conditions where the wind doesn't affect it, whether in the mountains or on the flat, races are just getting faster. But I've noticed that the profiles of the race, the itinerary that we get, they don't seem to be reflecting it just. We're always pretty much on at or near the fastest schedule.
Yeah, we are, and you know, races are getting faster. The technology around everything getting faster as well. I was talking to a friend of mine up at the Gran Fondo, and he said he was doing some local time trials still in the same kind of bike he had, you know, way back in the 80s and 90s, and some of the riders turning up with some of these fantastic bikes now, it's just incredible, and that's a huge difference, you know, having a kind of top-end time trial bike to the bikes that they were around many years ago. So to keep up and to compete in some of these, you know, events, in time trials and things like that, then, you know, you have to invest, and you have to invest a lot these days. The cost of bikes and things like that are, you know, the cost of a small car. And you know, I was talking to Honda as well, because there's a big crossover between cyclists and motorbikes, and you know, looking at trail bikes, and their trail bikes, you know, retail about £5,000 or something like that for their motorbike, and then bikes are well between £10,000-15,000 now. It's
it does seem to be a fair disconnect, doesn't it, considering what you get on a road bike and what you get on a, you know, still got a combustion engine, on an internal combustion engine on a small one at that. But an incredibly efficient one on a motorbike. It is very interesting, but you're quite right. You still get a lot of bikes that are reasonably priced. There is still an entry level, but if you want a thoroughbred machine that most of the riders are on in this race, yeah, you are looking at around between £10,000 and £15,000. You might get one, you know, £7,000 or £8,000, but generally speaking, you're looking at the sweet spot of about 10 or 11,000. And if you want to go lighter, if you want to get some super expensive wheels, that can almost add another third onto the price of a bike. But I think everybody in this field, looking at all the bikes that I've seen, everybody's running disc brakes, which is common now, and pretty much everybody as well. I can't see anybody that isn't. Electronic group sets, some wireless, some wired. So the technology on the bikes now is mightily impressive, but is very, very expensive. As the gap coming down a bit more now, 1 minute and 40 seconds. So they're really chipping into this one, Brian, aren't they? Which again will buy them a little bit more, not so much sliding space, but the longer they continue this pace now, and it's obviously completely sustainable, the less they have to do at the back end when things get intense and they can react to those attacks. Because I think if they keep a lid on this now, they're going to have 4 riders to react to. I do think we're going to see an attacking finale. I don't think the teams are going to want to let them carry Olav Koy to what would most probably be victory number 4. I do think teams are going to play it disruptively, and I think the last 40 or 50 Ks we might see quite a lot of attacking.
I think, but just before I answer that one, well done Global 6 there. We saw a disaster yesterday, or was it a couple of days ago, from Team GB, which we gave them nil points for collecting
it was
bottles
Ethan Vernon,
at the
wasn't it, unfortunately, on that occasion.
But look at here, look, we come up here. Right, success.
1, 2.
Success. Another one. Another
Bosh.
one. Bish bash bosh. Well done.
That was pretty good. You generally are told, I mean, that is Tomoya Koyama, 25 years of age, from Japan. First time we've had a close-up glimpse of that rider, but we were often told, if you can, when you go through the feed, to spread out.
Yeah.
But on that occasion, they were really bunched up, and the Swan Year did well to give riders next to each other. That was bang, bang. That was very impressive.
Yeah.
So, yes, 10 out of 10.
10 points?
10 points, definitely 10 points,
okay,
rather than nil points. So,
yeah, I think it will. To answer your question, I think all Stephen Kruijswijk and Jus van Emden are doing it. They're setting their tempo. That's naughty from the Jumbo-Visma, because it was in the... you have to park on the left-hand side, and they had another warning in the results that you have to park on the left-hand side, but feed on the right-hand side. It's sometimes confusion because we drive on the left-hand side, although in Europe they drive on the right. And always in Tour of Britain, the question is, where's the feed in the left or the right? Because we feed in the left in this country, everybody else feeds in the right. Because this is an international race, they agree that everybody feeds in the right-hand side, but they're insisting everybody parks in the left-hand side. So there might be another warning to Jumbo-Visma. But
it was off the road, it wasn't like a lay-by, it was like in a driveway, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
No, but that's why... they're setting the tempo at the front, Jumbo-Visma, and they're just doing their thing. I think what's happening is the three riders in front have just kind of eased a little bit, and they're riding a bit more within themselves rather than at kind of 350 watts.
Yep, we're only about a third of the way through today's race as well. 111 Ks still to go, gap at 133. And we're looking at Ryan Mullen there. Super effective rider towards the... Well, it's universally effective rider, but in particular over the last few days has been trying to get one of the last riders to get Sam Bennett and Danny Van Poppel into position, most notably on the stage that started in Altrincham, the opening stage of this race, and finished on Deansgate in Manchester. Super technically as well, actually ended up gapping several riders on that little chicane as we approached the city centre finish, but massively powerful. And it's very, very good. And he's got the sort of engine that can hold his position in that sort of 20k to go phase as well. He's one of the earlier lead-out sort of riders, because he's not got that super high end like Danny Van Poppel, for example. But that is so versatile, isn't he? He can do long pulls on the front. Let's say Bora were leading this race, Mullen would be more than adequate at just riding kilometre after kilometre on the front. But he's got that real big top end as well. That's 20k's. 10k's to go, holding that position on the front before the lead-out riders take over. And then he's become increasingly used in the initial phase of lead-outs too. We've seen him up there in the classics as well, in the early stage of the classics riding position, but that's what he's more renowned for now. Of course, he's an exceptionally gifted time trialist, but now I think his strengths lay in being a super strong domestique deluxe.
Yeah, he has changed. He's not doing as much kind of time trial prep and training as he probably has done in the past, because his role has changed, like you say. So it's important for him to get Van Poppel and Bennett into that kind of last kilometre and a half as safely as possible. So, there's a lot of riding in the wind, and so he will know what effort he has to do to be able to do that, and that's what they train for. So if you've got, from maybe 3 kilometres to, the 1 kilometre, and you have to, that kind of 2 minutes of effort, you have to ride at 55, 60 kilometres an hour. That's what you train for. And then, the rest of the guys have to just... do the kind of last kilometre or whatever it is, so you kind of break it down. So, okay, there's some risks that you have to take, and you have to be safe in doing so, because that's what a good kind of lead-out rider or kind of pre-lead-out, someone that's in the string, and we see it quite often. You have to think of, and we do this in team time trial training. I remember, you got to remember, if you go around the corner and accelerate, you got to remember that the man 4 is still kind of on the corner as you're accelerating, so you have to really watch that and not kind of stretch the elastic. And it's the same with kind of lead out trains. If you go through a gap, you have to make sure that the others can go through that gap together and stay together, because that's quite often we see lead outs, they'll lose each other, and because someone's kind of pushed through that gap and someone's kind of taking that high risk. Well, you can't take these high risks because you have to make sure that you go through there as a unit. So if you're going through the gap, you have to make sure that the 2 or 3 guys on your wheel are able to go through that gap at the same time.
Yeah, and that ripple effect, the concertina effect, that the further back you are, and that's why if you are coming into the final few corners of a sprint stage and you're 15th to 20th back, there's no way you're going to make it up, because the gaps are accentuated into the corners. The further back you are, the more of that whiplash you get, because the riders have got up to full speed as you're shaving speed off into the corner. The closer you are, the more that is mitigated and the less effect it has. But yeah, you need to keep that speed as smooth as possible. It needs to be high speed but smooth. The art of the lead out isn't so much about the ability to produce massive spikes of power. It's very, very high power, but at a constant rate and smooth. And talking to Mark Cavendish about that, he said the best sprinters, he said, can ride exceptionally fast but smooth. So there's no spikes in the speed. It's different when you're going through corners. You have to accelerate out of corners, but it's about smoothing it out and keeping the speed as high as possible to keep the other teams back. And that's an art in itself. And you can have somebody who can produce high power, but the ability to produce it smoothly is a completely different skill set as well, isn't it? And to distribute that power so it stops anybody else from moving up, but also you're protecting your lead out rider or the guy you're going to be dropping off to ultimately do the lead out. It's all about even power distribution, isn't it?
It is, and I know that certain sprinters, like, they've got their play to their strengths. You talked about Cavendish there. He's got a kind of double kick. I know that Mark Renshaw used to kind of back off a little bit, slow it slightly so that Mark can just kind of launch and use that kick to his advantage. Others, like Marcel Kittel, you just wind him up and off he goes. You just take it to the maximum, so you go faster, faster, faster and let him go. So there's different ways and measures that come into play. It may look as if it's just a bunch of cyclists all over the road, and it's that's what it used to be like. Well, I mentioned the other day about Freddie Mertens being one of. You never seen Freddie Mertens, the green jersey, remember, and there would just be riders everywhere. No cohesion, no real kind of lead outs, every man for themselves, and all of a sudden he would kind of dart to the forefront and win the stage. So I just loved watching and picking the bones out of sprints. I just love it because it is about timing and positioning, and you could see that everybody was fighting for Olaf Koy's wheel yesterday, and not everybody can have it. And I was surprised when I got the results that there was nothing said about that, because I think there was a couple of them a little bit too aggressive about trying to kind of hold that wheel.
Yeah, it was borderline, wasn't it? I've seen riders DQ'd or relegated. Disqualification, it's different than relegated. But yeah, for less. But I think it was definitely worth discussing. But clearly, whether there were discussions that were had that we don't know about, I'd imagine there would have been. But they clearly looked at it, and the result stands as our 3 leaders move through the town of Retford. They've already passed by Retford United Football Club. Notice the Badgers, apparently. Last year, won promotion back to the Northern Counties Eastern League. But this, more importantly, arguably, unless you are a Retford football fan, this is one of the oldest boroughs in the whole of England, and the first documented evidence of this town's existence was found in the Domesday Survey of 1086. So another market town as well, a town hall built on there. So we had lots of a real historic town, Retford, and I've passed through it a few times on my bike myself over the years. And
as you leave Retford, on the London Road.
Yes, I do.
That's where Rowan Atkinson used to live, from Blackadder and Mr Bean. So have a look as we leave town, he might be back in the area. You never know.
You never know, might be sat at the side of the road.
Yeah, I tell you what, he won't be shouting, that's for sure.
He won't. He'll be just miming, won't he? Is it his little Austin Metro? He's got a little Austin car, isn't he, that he steps out of? So he might be there. You don't know. I mean, I'm not. Please don't get too excited. Mr. Bean might not be here. Blackadder instead. And finally, from a historical perspective, it's also home to the Pilgrims Gallery, which tells the story of the Mayflower Pilgrims, including a certain William Brewster and their journey from England's shores to America and the New World. One of the kids have learnt about that in their history lessons today. Time off mid-morning, early afternoon for the kids. It looks like it might be their lunch break. Generally, lunch is between 12 and 1, isn't it? 12:45, but maybe a slightly extended lunch break for the kids. They're cheering on our three leaders who continue to enjoy a lead of 1 minute and 33 seconds. Our leaders are Harry Tanfield and Abram Stockman of the TDT Unibet cycling team. The best placed of this break, as you were saying earlier on, Brian, 19 seconds behind is Abram Stockman, and also they're leading the King of the Mountains classification, the Pinarello King of the Mountains classification, in the black jersey, James Fouché of New Zealand, 25 years of age, comes from Christchurch, has already got maximum points in the King of the Mountains earlier on today. And in 12 kilometres time there will be another opportunity, sorry, a little bit longer than that, should I say. 18 kilometres time we'll hit the next climb. The next rendezvous on the route is actually the next intermediate sprint of the day. But just looking back through the GC, Brian, as we know, no time bonuses anywhere on the route, not at the finish, not at any sprints, but there are 56 riders still on the same time, and the last of which, based on countback, was a stage winner from last year, Camille Bonnier. So 56 riders still in with a shout with this race. So, and I think that's why we've seen such aggressive riding, to try and break the deadlock a little bit. And will the terrain be hard enough to try and split things? It's not just the terrain though, is it, Brian? It's just constant attacks. That's enough. You don't need super big climbs, although of course they help, because there's a natural sorting out just because of the way the composition of riders' makeup. But if constant teams continue to attack, it will get very difficult for Jumbo-Visma to control.
It will indeed. We've seen the King of the Mountains up to speed at the moment, with Fouché taking the 2 climbs today, so increasing that lead, and Tanfield now moving into second place. I don't think that's the competition he's looking at, but I think yesterday, it's all relative. If Serrano, last year's winner, had made it across to Pollitt in the leads, I think that would have made the big difference, because together with Bostock, they were riding hard. They were starting to increase their lead, and if they'd made it across there, that possibly, I say possibly, could have gone to the end. Yeah. The reason I say possibly is I think Wout van Aert would have had to started to ride, but the riders that he had trying to control things of Nathan van Hooijdonk and Affini, especially Affini, was riding. He wasn't bringing it back on his own, so they would have had to sacrifice Wout van Aert to bring it back, and I still think it would have been kind of touch and go whether that would have happened. So again today, it doesn't need the terrain. If tactically they start attacking like they did yesterday, and I think they will, then it has to be the right combination.
Yep, it certainly does. But I agree, a lot of moments in racing hinge on the composition of the move, but we nearly had, I think, the perfect combination for that to go away. And the only team that might not have allowed it could have been Ineos Grenadiers, but I still think they would have forced the hand of Jumbo-Visma to bring it back. But that's all in the past. The lead still on the shoulders of Olaf Koy. Based on points, 3 stage wins to the good, 100% record in this edition of the Tour of Britain. 19th edition of this race. Now, as we pass through Retford and come out the other side, we're now heading pretty much due south, so the wind right in their back now. When the approach to Retford, it was coming over their shoulder. And this next phase of the race, which takes us through the intermediate sprint and the King of the Mountains with 85 k's to go, we continue on a southerly route to a place called Southall, and then we swing back up into a northerly direction for the best part of 20 k's before then dropping back south again. So still we've got now for the next 40-50 k's a very strong, well, a tailwind right in the backs of the riders, and you can see that reflected in the speed that they're maintaining. Okay, the road is dropping ever so slightly, but a very high average speed today, and the bunch lined out under the impetus of Jumbo-Visma, and in particular Steven Kruijswijk, is doing a very, very effective job here, holding steady, matching the speed of the group out in front now, Brian. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yep, 4 days in a row he's been doing that, isn't he? It's okay for a GC contender. He still has big power, and it just goes to show you, you know, what credentials you need as a rider to be able to win a Grand Tour. You can, you know, be up there almost winning the Giro d'Italia and, you know, riding at the front. So it's good to have these kind of strong riders to be able to lead the way, and fatigue will kick in. You saw right from the start of today's stage that Kruijswijk was at the back. Quite a difficult start for a rider that's been riding on the front for the kind of last 3 days. It does take its toll, and Joos van Emden was given pretty much a few kilometres respite as well by Nathan van Hooijdonk, who was kind of up there. But I think the way that Jumbo-Visma rode this morning, it was perfect to have kind of 3 riders in the breakaway. They were not allowing anybody else. They made the calculation that 2 riders, Steven Kruijswijk and Joos van Emden, can control 3 riders. If there was 5 or 6 riders, then they would have had to use, you know, another rider, at least, you know, 3 riders. And they don't want to do that because they know that they're going to be attacked come the final, and having used 2 riders, that leaves 4. One of them being the race leader, another being Wout van Aert. So they want to try and win this stage, want to try and win the overall. So they want to protect both Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy. So that leaves you know, 2 riders to kind of help out. And you know, if there's a lot of attack, especially from some of the kind of stronger teams in this race, the likes of Ineos Grenadiers that got involved, even, you know, 3 riders from the one team, you know, continental team, third level team of St. Piran can make the difference. It was just a pity when they went on the attack. It was just moments afterwards that Jumbo-Visma had recognised that was the part where they wanted to increase the pace, which they did. So yeah, I think it could be something similar. I don't think we're going to see the cross wins towards the end like we did yesterday's stage, but I do think that there might be some opportunities for the attacking to start, and I think the likes of Ineos Grenadiers might start to kind of instigate it. You know, we've been talking all along about, could this race be, you know, one of these races that is taking on stage places, because the way the overall will work, if there's no separation between 2 riders or 3 or 4 or 5 riders depending, you know, Caerphilly's a hard enough stage, but I still think to make the difference there, it's still going to be very difficult. So the way they calculate it is they take all your stage placings and add up the number, and the person with the lowest number wins. It's as simple as that. Even if they're equal, come the end, it's your stage placing on the final stage. That's what it's come down to. I've never heard of a race that it's come down to count back like that.
No.
Some races, they go into the kind of hundreds of a second and things like that. There's a time trial in it, but most races have bonuses. This race has no bonuses, and if there's no separation between a few riders, and I'm talking about Tom Pidcock and Wout van Aert, right from the start, has been trying to pick up good stage places. Luckily yesterday, Tom Pidcock got a nice stage finish in 6th place, but he has to keep on chipping away at that, because for the moment, Wout van Aert is the best of the riders that I think could be up there in the general classification at the end of Sunday. That's if there's no kind of separation. And I think there's a few teams thinking about, they're not going to wait until then. They have to have some sort of separation, and it could be quite an aggressive run in towards this final, like it was yesterday.
Yeah, I certainly think that's going to be the case. I think based on what we saw earlier on, several teams just trying to be a little bit more disruptive, force a split of more than 3 riders, but Jumbo-Visma were on it. Very disciplined, super strong, wouldn't turn, and completely neutralised any of those quite dangerous or potentially dangerous counter-attacks that were going clear earlier on. But just to discuss the situation on the general classification. 56 riders on the same time. But as you said, all on countback. Unsurprisingly, Olaf Koy is the race leader. Danny van Poppel is in second place for Bora Hansgrohe. Max Canter in third. Ethan Vernon in fourth. All sprinters, and that is why they're at the top of the rankings, because they've consistently scored points and high stage placings. Next up, Wout van Aert. He's currently in fifth. Then we've got David Bomboy. He's been a bit of a revelation, very good sprinter for the TBT Unibet cycling team. And then Tom Pidcock in seventh, and then last year's winner, Gonzalo Serrano. So at the moment, there's only 2 places separating Van Aert and Pidcock. Van Aert was 13th yesterday, and dropping just outside of the top 10. Even a rider of the class and strength of Wout van Aert couldn't continue off that ridiculously long, strong lead out he did yesterday. But as you said, Tom Pidcock chipping away for the exact reasons that you were talking about. And only time will tell. There are other stages where things could split up a little bit, but it's all, I think, hinging on the final stage. But teams will be acutely aware of that, and I haven't gone through all of the stages of this year's Tour of Britain. So we've already had Altrincham to Manchester, Wrexham to Wrexham, Gould to Beverley yesterday, all won by Olaf Koy. Today we finish in Newark. Tomorrow, Felixstowe to Felixstowe, another very flat stage. Southend-on-Sea to Harlow is on stage 6, another flat one. And then we have our first ever stage in Gloucestershire. That's Tewkesbury to Gloucester, which is quite lumpy. There are a couple of climbs near the end. In fact, there's a third category climb with only about 10 k's to go, which could certainly provide an opportunity for some GC action. And then the final stage, Margan Country Park to Caerphilly, with the 2 ascents on that finishing circuit of Caerphilly Mountain, used in the past on several occasions. In fact, one of the men in the field has already won on there, Sam Bennett. So I think it will split, but I think we could be seeing it going down to countback unless somebody can break the elastic and win on their own, basically. Because if 2 riders end up finishing together, and assuming there's no time gaps before that, we could see a situation where the race winner, the jury are furiously looking back through the results, Brian, and trying to separate them just on stage placing. Although I would imagine the race organisers are hoping for something a little bit more clear-cut, and have designed the course to actually get some actual time gaps on the finishing circuit. But despite how grippy that finishing circuit is, there's not been enormous separation before. It's just been more of a selection rather than splintered to pieces.
At the end of the day, it could come down to tactical play more than anything else. It's not going to come down to maybe, as I said, time bonuses or, separation, because it's that difficult. It could actually come down to tactical, and that's what we got yesterday with Bostock and Niels Pollitt, 2 strong riders away, and Serrano chasing. And if he'd have got across, then that spelt danger, and I think we might get that today as well. It might come down to tactics. We saw Luke Rowe, Connor Swift, Ben Tulip trying, and who knows if one of those, and it's the same when you start at the stage trying to get in a breakaway. You might have 3 riders trying to get in that breakaway. Well, you just kind of split it up. So if there's you and me trying to get in a breakaway, you'll go, and when you're brought back, I'll go. And sometimes it's just lottery, when you're in that same team. So I think it could come down to tactical ploy from some of the teams.
Yeah, and although Jumbo-Visma have dominated, and looking at that finishing circuit, for me, apart from I think Nathan Van Hooydonk could prove to be quite an interesting second player for Jumbo-Visma. He's been, I think, one of the quietest, but I think they are going to have to play the numbers game. It's not just going to be a Tom Pidcock, Wout van Aert head-to-head. It can't be, because they might just neutralise each other, or one might go clear. Who knows? But Ineos Grenadiers, to single out that team, really do have options. Even Carlos Rodriguez on a climb like that, they just got to keep firing guys up the road. They can't rely on a one-rider plan in this race with no time bonuses, and the only way to break it is to play a smart tactical game, and it's a game of numbers, breaking the will of other teams, and also trying to provide a catalyst for other teams to get involved and confuse things as well. This Mark Donovan, Damien Howson going up the road, something like that on the final stage. You know what I mean? I think the winner could potentially come from obviously a very good rider, but from one of the riders that we maybe don't expect, because it is a challenging finale to this race. But I think you're right. I think strength will be an enormous factor. Of course, it always is. But I think more importantly, it's teams using numbers that is going to ultimately win this year's Tour of Britain, from what I can see so far.
Yeah, we talk about numbers all the time, and I think that's why important. I know we're switching races to the Vuelta, that, you know, having someone like Sepp Kuss up there gives Jumbo-Visma, you know, 3 riders in the general classification. So it is having those options, and I think if Tom Pidcock and Wout van Aert are looking at each other, why not look at, you know, another rider? You may want to look at this rider.
Another rider. It's become quite popular, isn't it? Accelerating at the side of the road when the Tour of Britain comes by. Brilliant stuff. Another school out to celebrate this race passing by. Inspirational stuff. It always is. It never ceases to bring a smile to my face when I see kids at the side of the road cheering on a bike race. Absolutely wonderful. And then we're going to get a nice drawn-out aerial shot now as our helicopter goes up to give us another angle on the proceedings here today. We started off in Sherwood Forest at 11:15 this morning at the Sherwood Forest Visitor Centre in Edwinstowe. An active opening 15 k's or so of the race that ultimately saw this group go clear. And they've enjoyed a lead that at one point was approaching 2.5 minutes. And that was after a very active few k's. When this move was clear, there were lots of teams trying to bridge across, forcing Jumbo-Visma on the defensive. Key riders at that particular stage of the race included Van Aert, Affini and Nathan van Hooydonk. Since then, things have settled down into this rhythm that we've become so accustomed to. And the lead now fluctuating at around 1.5 minutes for our 3 leaders. Harry Tanfield and Abram Stockman of the Unibet cycling team. And also in there, James Fouché of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, that is the current king of the mountains. As we look at Carlos Verona. Rider moving on to Lidl-Trek next season. Again, another rider to look at. Movistar have been very active in this race so far, and again, they have got numbers. They've got Serrano, they've got Mühlberger and Verona, who are more very, very capable riders, and I think that's what we'll see. And also, Uno X Pro Cycling Team, they've got Johannesson, Rasmus Tiller, De Versnes, all riders who can excel on that terrain. Although saying that, it won't be De Versnes, I don't think. I think it'll be Johannesson, Tiller, because the other riders have lost a little bit of time. So 56 riders still in the mix, and this race still up in the air despite the dominant riding of Olav Koy and Jumbo-Visma. And this could be a race that's won through shrewd tactics, counterintuitive thinking, also risking things as well, playing a card that you wouldn't ordinarily play just to see what the reaction is. And when you have numbers, Brian, that's what it affords you to do. You can have several plans on the table, one of which might be an ace card, but the others of which, you know what, this could be really disruptive. It could go up in smoke, or it could be the winning hand.
Well, if you let Team Ineos and you start attacking one at a time, you're totally reliant on, you know, who you're taking with you, who comes across to you, thinking on your feet, is this good to ride or not? And you know, that's the bit I'm kind of looking forward to, because in the end, I think it could come down to tactics. I think it's riders thinking for themselves. And, you know, let's see if we get another scenario which we had yesterday. I can only think that should be the case, because if you come to the finish with Olav Koy and Wout van Aert, the consequences that you're going to get beaten are already kind of proven. That the probability is very high that Olav Koy could be winning the stage today again.
Yep, it certainly is the case. It's certainly one scenario that, if I was to I'm not a betting man actually, but if I was to look at the probability of today's stage, I think the probability remains very high. I would say a 80% probability that Jumbo-Visma can keep this together and deliver Olav Koy to a record-breaking 4th win in the Tour of Britain. Nobody has ever done that before. He's clearly absolutely on fire, and has a brilliant lead out. Well, here is the only intermediate sprint of the day. I don't think Fouché is going to get involved here. And there's a play sprint there and a play lunge. I think it was Harry Tanfield ultimately took that one. A small cash prize and some more points towards the points jersey classification. So 10 points in the bag for Tanfield. A win's a win, if you ask me. So he's taken that one in good spirits. And meanwhile, behind in one long line, the peloton speeding towards this point as well. But I don't think, although there are a couple more points on offer, I can't see anybody necessarily interested in these in the other intermediate points here.
No, I don't think. Normally we get 3 sprints in a day. Normally there's 3, 2 and 1, and obviously the points awarded to it, and we have a kind of separate competition this year. Tour of Britain, 1 sprint, and it hasn't really worked for me. Don't know about yourself, Mark, but you know, when you put a sprint in, you want to see some activity, and you know, we haven't seen that. You know, I can remember the days only a few years ago where a few of the domestic teams they're all kind of really racing for that kind of competition. You know, highly fought contest between them, but that hasn't been the case this year, and you know, the race is just almost kind of rolling on, or just kind of putting on a little bit of a show, tongue in cheek, as we saw from Tanfield there.
Yeah, it looks like, there we go, it looks like Wout van Aert is interested in the green jersey. Yeah, that's interesting. Just rolling through to the front just to take some points there. Well, that is interesting. Now, he's rolling through and taking 4th place. So there'll be a few points in the bag. Will that take him above the points? So, yeah, the sprint, it's 10, 7, 5, 3. So 3 points to Wout van Aert there towards the points classification. That was clearly a move there for that jersey, wasn't it? Quite
Thinking
clearly.
of it, Mr. Consistency, and is something that he wants. Not only thinking of potentially winning, but then again he's thinking of Olaf Koy could win this race. You know, he's not, even in some of the climbs, he's not a slouch. You remember him in the World Championships under 23 down in Australia, one of the favourites for the title, and he was there and thereabouts. So with it not being, you know, overly difficult, Jumbo-Visma not only looking at winning the race, but also looking at winning the points jersey as well.
Yep. So it looks to be the case. Well, very shortly we'll be passing through the final categorised climb of the day and looking ahead to what's in store over the next few stages. In terms of the points classification, I think it's pretty much a shoo-in that Fouché will take the points here, which will take his tally up to 33 points. In tomorrow's stage we only have so we have 2 categorised climbs. So he won't be caught on that day, and the following day only 1 categorised climb, so he'll be in the jersey for the next 3 days at least if he wins this next one, because there's not enough points on the road. But then on the stage to Tewkesbury, which is very hilly, although there's only 2 second category climbs, that's going to be a hard day, and very hilly towards the back end, and we know how hard it is in Gloucestershire. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of England. But pretty sapping in terms of the terrain. And then the final stage, focusing on it now as we look at that. That's a maypole action there.
Yeah, Wellow Maypole. That's where you do your ribbon dancing, is it not?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, I had to miss it this year because I'm commentating on the Tour of Britain, but I do try and get there in May when I'm not at the Giro. So yeah, a lovely location.
Well, it's actually got, as you know this, it's got 18 sides, and is therefore believed to be unique among the 70 or so permanent maypoles in the country.
Well, if anybody from other parts of the world who don't live in Great Britain are wondering what the heck we're talking about, a maypole is a tradition that I think it is unique to this island, where it's a traditional dance is done. You get people...
1856.
1850, is that? Oh, I'm not actually reading this bit, but it's a traditional dance.
I'm not reading it. It's just coming out. It's just coming to me, Mark.
I know you're a big folk. You're big on the folk scene, Brian, especially from back in the Scottish days. But no, maypole is an English phenomenon. Basically, it's a folk dance centred around a pole where the dancer will hold on to a piece of ribbon and dance around the pole. Yeah, very, very interesting. I'm just trying to see if there's a bit more information on that one for us. But anyway, yeah, well, yeah, that one, yeah, 1856.
We've also got Morris dancing in England as well.
Exactly. Yeah,
all sorts of dancing.
there's all sorts of folk dancing, but maypoles are peculiar to these shores, I believe. Oh, and Wellow is one of only a handful where the ribbon dancing around the maypole still actually takes place. So great to see that. There you go. A little bit of a history lesson on the folk dancing idiosyncrasies of the British Isles. Well, next up, we've got to climb in about 5Ks.
I thought you called it a drag this morning.
But it is a drag. I think today's is the king of the drags today. King of the slightly uphill sections, because, let's be honest, it's not much of a climb at all. Again, not taking anything away from James Fouché, who's worked very hard to build the lead, but we will be on some serious climbs in the next, well, on Saturday and Sunday in particular. They are proper British climbs, that's for sure. They are punchy, they are steep, some of them are pretty long, but these are nothing more than long drags. And the next one, they'll hardly notice. Red Hill Lane, just over a kilometre long at 2.3%. So as you can see, it's just essentially a long drag, and they're probably doing the best part of 25 miles an hour up it as well. So 1 minute and 22 seconds is the lead for the 3 men out in front on stage 4 of the Tour of Britain. Back-to-back, or triple back-to-back stage wins for Olav Koy. Nestled safely within the peloton, being led by his teammate Steven Kruijswijk, and at the moment Jos van Emden. Very shortly over the top of the climb, being led by Harry Tanfield, sorry, it's by Abram Stockman, should I say, the Belgian, doing these long pulls on the front. Just sat in his slipstream at the moment, just biding his time. He'll roll through over the top of this climb, is James Fouché, and he'll take his tally to 34 points for the
left.
Was that Briggsy? Ah!
Yeah, saw the van on the right-hand side.
Good to see Graham Briggs, a stalwart of the British scene, still going strong.
Yeah.
I think, did he win?
He's a world champion.
Well, he's a world champion of the, what is it, Grand Fondo, isn't it?
An old man's race, yeah.
Grand Fondo World Championships. He's a good lad, actually.
Joking with you.
Yeah. Graham's a top lad. Just been brought some lunch. A long day in the office today.
What is it today? I've seen you munching along. You just get over the top of the hill and you just let us know what your lunch is for the day.
I will do. Well, Fouché takes the points there. Another great day in the saddle. Now, is he going to drop back?
He's left him. Yeah.
Yes, he is. There's just no point, is there, with a gap at 1 minute, and he's done his job. So Fouché is not quite made this jersey his. There's still a good 50, 60 points on the road over the next few days. And if he has, if he has a bad day on either Saturday or Sunday, it could all go out the window. So chipping away at these smaller climbs is the way to do it, isn't it? Because if the race is on, he has a bad day, all it takes is 3 first cat climbs to be taken by somebody else, and it's game over.
It's not easy to get in the breakaway every day. He's managed to do it, and just dropping back now, and he's going to have a spot to eat. Same with Mr. Stevens. Nice sandwich. You've got ham, haven't you?
I've got ham. I've got wholemeal bread, ham, cheese, Marmite, lettuce and tomatoes. It's a proper old-fashioned. Is that making you feel a bit hungry, Brian?
No, I'm fine. What are you washing it down with?
A cup of tea. A cup of tea in a Faima mug, which is the Eddie Merckx's old team. So I'm sticking with the cycling theme for my lunch. But yeah, a long day in the office for me and Brian. An even longer one for the riders, of course. But us commentators got to keep ourselves hydrated and fueled, and to, as best we can, optimise our respective performances. But a great job still being done here. No scrap for the final points over the climb. There was a singular point available, and that was taken by Jos van Emden. 4-3-2-1, and points the distribution on a third category climb as we continue to wend our way south. And that was the result of the sprint that just came before. Tanfield, Fouché, Stockman, Wout van Aert and Jos van Emden. Wout van Aert taking 3 points there towards the points classification. That's currently being led by Olav Koy, of course. And I'm wondering, actually, and you mentioned it first, I'm wondering if it's more taking those away from Van Poppel, so they've at least got one jersey, should the worst come to the worst. So I'm just trying to think why he would have done that. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, of course, our race leader has got maximum points. It's going to be hard to beat him.
It is, and I think maybe Wout van Aert is interested in getting on the podium. He may be thinking that this race might not be difficult, and he wants to be in the podium, whether he finishes in second place, but he wants to win a competition, and it looks as if the green jersey is something. If the points are there to be taken, then why don't you take them? Would you like to do a couple of turns? He's asking you, Mark.
Well, give me a moment. I'm not that far away. I could ride over and give him a couple of turns if he wanted. I'm not too sure how much help I would be and whether they can actually get outside assistance. I don't think I have seen riders. We've seen a couple of riders in the past join the bunch in the neutral section and then get ushered away, but I'm wondering if anybody did jump in and actually briefly gave them pace, what the UCI commissaires would think about it. But I've never actually seen that take place, and I doubt it would happen. But yeah, I'm not a million miles away, but I'm afraid it's just the two of them now. And that was a rueful smile, wasn't it? It's like, here we are, we're stuck. There's nothing else out on the road for us. There's no overt terrain that would say it would split in the wind. So it's a bit of a difficult situation here, but I tell you what, you do have to take your cap off to the TDT Unibet cycling team. They've really approached this race with just a positive attitude and getting out there every day, getting involved in the racing. And ultimately, they are forcing Jumbo-Visma to use up some of their reserves here, because if there's nobody out in front, it would be exceptionally dull. And what do we have? We do need people. I say this time and time again, Brian, but it's enormously important for riders to get out in front and get involved. Fouché, a clear defined reason for the KOM, but now for Tanfield and Stockman, you could argue what is the purpose, but the purpose is this is a bike race and they're racing it.
Well, it's going to force the organisers into a bit of a conundrum as well. For the first couple of days, the Unibet team have won the most combative, i.e. most popular rider in the breakaway competition. So I think yesterday they put 4 riders forward for it, not including any of the Unibet riders. So I think it forces the hand that there's nothing they can do. There's going to be possibly 3 riders. Now, if we get some attacking towards the end, they might add, 1 rider up there. But I think definitely the most combative for one of these 2 riders here, for sure. Whether it's Stockman, who won it in the first day, or Tanfield, who won it in the second day, the battle is on between the teammates.
Classic British country lanes here as they continue to have a discussion. I wonder if they're thinking about going back. I'm sure they won't. The longer they continue out in front, the bigger the chance they have of taking that award again and getting another visit to the podium. And also, it wouldn't look great either. They're committed now. 81 Ks to go. The gap at 1 minute and 10 seconds. Fouché about to be caught by the peloton, and that was his own decision. Several riders just answering a call of nature there, but Fouché back, and now with a very healthy tally in the King of the Mountains classification. I'll be very happy with that. Yeah, I'm just looking back towards the points classification at the start of today's stage. 75 points for Olav Koy, an enormous lead, maximum points, 25 points per stage win, but he hasn't been involved and hasn't scored in the intermediate sprints. But Danny van Poppel second with 39, and Wout van Aert third with 30. We'll now be on 33. So a distant third, but clearly playing a long game there. There was a definite reason why he rolled through to the front.
Maybe he thinks he's going to win the last 2 stages.
Thing is, mate, I mean, Brian, you couldn't put it past him, though, could you? That's the thing. Could see Jumbo-Visma winning every single stage of this race, but there'll be a lot of other teams thinking we need to. At what point are they going to crack? And I don't see Jumbo-Visma ever cracking, but we saw them stretched, and I think that's what teams can do. And when a team gets stretched and riders become disparate within the bunch, they're not riding together because they're tired, they're dropping back, and riders going over the top. It's the chaos that other teams can start to profit from, and that's where you need riders as well, Brian. Now we're talking at length about disruptive tactics. What do teams do now in the absence of time bonuses? They've got to force time gaps. Jumbo-Visma have displayed to us day after day after day they're the strongest team here, but what you need is almost like a collaboration. You need multiple teams to have a similar idea. And then as the race unfurls, it's then key riders to make instant decisions on the road at how to play their hand. So tactics come into play, but yesterday's moment of chaos with 25 Ks to go was a beautiful moment where there was just a combination of instinct and also teams agreeing amongst themselves, we've just got to go on the offensive and see what sticks here. And that is what is very hard to manage, isn't it?
I don't think you wait late today. I think you do it sooner rather than later. Because for the moment, it's nice and easy for Jumbo-Visma, because, you know, they get two riders on the front. They've been riding pretty much all day. They'll continue to ride. The closer we get to the finish, the more that they're not using up their other riders, you know, Van Hooijdonk and Affini, and that's what you want to do. You want to kind of tire them out. So I wouldn't wait for the last kind of 25 kilometres. I would think about doing something sooner rather than later, and I really do think let this part of the stage just go for the moment. But I think come maybe about 50 k's to go, I think that's when you start to kind of open up, try to go in the attack and trying to get active. And you know, if I was in here as a team like Ineos Grenadier Days, I would be starting to talk to other teams. If we start going, will you get involved and try and kind of force the hand? Because it's nice and easy, and as everybody knows, it's okay using your two teammates at the front there and use Van Emden and Kruijswijk, but the other two of Nathan Van Hooijdonk and Affini are having an easy ride as well. So you don't want that to happen. You want to force their hand, because I'm pretty sure if they start attacking, that Joos Van Emden and Kruijswijk, will, you know, their legs will be really kind of hurting. They're riding tempo at the moment. They're happy to ride at this tempo, but as you know, when the speed starts to go up and down, I think Affini and Nathan Van Hooijdonk with the riders that come up and start to, you know, come to the front a little bit more, and that's what you want. You want to kind of force them to use up their personnel, so they're kind of limited in numbers coming into the last 20 kilometres. So you can't wait for the last kind of 20 odd kilometres. So I would say it was maybe, you know, 50 to go. Start trying looking at options for yourself. Don't leave it too late.
Yep, I agree. I think, as we've seen increasingly over the last few years, anticipating these stronger teams, anticipating the dominant riders, is the way to do it. And the racing starts early. We saw it yesterday, but I agree. 50 k's to go. Let's see if the teams start attacking that. What we don't have is the crosswinds that we had yesterday. We don't have particularly hilly terrain. But what all you need is ambition and riders to start attacking on the front, causing some gaps, forcing Jumbo-Visma to go on the defensive. And if you leave it till the last 25 k's, okay, there's still a possibility of causing splits, but you've got less time, less tarmac to do it on. And also, if you can see, if the end's in sight, it's amazing how much more you can get out of a singular rider, knowing that the finish line is only 25 minutes away, half an hour away. But an hour and a quarter away, it's unsustainable to react to these big spikes in effort to try and shut down gaps. So there's a possibility of opening this race up the earlier you try. Clearly that means for the teams that are on the offensive, it's going to be harder too. But I think that's the only way. I think the later they leave it, Brian, the less chance there is of actually causing any splits here, because we know how strong Jumbo-Visma are. So yeah, not yet. I think it's still too far to go, and soon we'll be turning into a bit of a headwind as well. But I think come the last 50 k's, once we get another 25 k's further down the road, there's no more intermediate sprints, there's no more King of the Mountains. It's actually gently undulating. There's a few small little rises. But yeah, although we can't dictate, we can't tell the riders what to do. If we want an interesting finale where teams are looking to break the stranglehold, I totally agree with you. I think teams need to start throwing stuff at this race at Jumbo-Visma with about 50 k's to go. Otherwise, we are going to have another bunch sprint.
Yeah, it looks that way. You know, I think what we need with about 50 k's to go is the whole team, instead of three riders of St. Piran, to go in the attack at the same time. Put the cat amongst the pigeons and see what happens, because I'm pretty sure that Steven Kruijswijk and also Joos Van Emden will not be able to hold 6 riders or even 4 riders at that. You know, they're happy with just kind of 3 riders sitting out there together with, now there's only kind of 2 riders, so all day long. But what this is meaning is the other Jumbo-Visma riders are getting an easy ride. You don't want them to have an easy ride, because when you start going on the attack later on, you want to have them weakened, and the only way to weaken them is to start a little bit earlier.
And when we say that as well, if you're listening in and saying, well, we're ganging up on Jumbo-Visma, we're not. We're just looking at trying to penetrate, trying to understand, trying to get inside the heads of teams who want to win this bike race, or at least want to take a stage. But by taking a stage in this race and there being a time gap, they will become the default race leader because there's no time bonuses. So Jumbo-Visma are respected because they are the most dominant team in the world. And the wonderful thing about cycling is there are multiple ways to skin a cat, to coin an old phrase. And to try and break this race, it's easier said than done. It is very easy for us to, on paper, go through the various permutations. There's also a lot of other things to consider. There's how the riders feeling within the team, how many riders realistic have the physical capacity to start attacking, and if it does go, take it all the way to the finish without. So you've got to look at that. You've got to look at the resource available, likelihood of success. Also, are we willing to risk losing for other teams to go over the top? But if everybody was completely risk averse, nobody would ever attack in a bike race, and we'd get bunch kicks on every single stage of a flat course. But it's more trying to understand what options other teams have and trying to forensically examine the field here, the parkour, the weather conditions, and the likelihood or non-likelihood of success, and trying to pick out opportunities of splitting this race up. And that's what it's all about, because right now we're in this formula that we're very, very familiar with. Or will it simply be the biggest teams, some of the biggest teams in this race are quite happy to try and see if they can win the bunch kick again? Bora Hansgrohe with either Van Poppel or Sam Bennett. Great Britain, is their best option not to attack? Is their best option to try and put Ethan Vernon in a good position? Because every day Vernon has been getting better and better, so there's also that to do as well. And Movistar, are they thinking, well, it's not going to be hard enough, but do you know what? Max Canter, we think, might have a good opportunity today. So some of the biggest teams here, with the teams that could be the most disruptive, also have pretty handy sprinters, Brian. So there's that to consider as well, isn't there?
There is, and we touched on that yesterday. I really don't think there's any team capable of matching up Wout van Aert and Olive Koy. Together they're formidable, and that's why they've won the last three stages. And there have been different sprints. First two sprints were quite hairy, especially the second one, and with Wout van Aert there. But then again, it was long and straight, slightly uphill, and okay, it wasn't an emphatic win. Olive Koy still won. So I really do think that the longer this happens, this format, two riders in front, Jumbo-Visma just controlling things, I don't think you can be too confident. Okay, anything can happen in a sprint, but sprint's about confidence as well, and I think Jumbo-Visma and Olive Koy will be brimming with confidence, and he'll take a sprint all day long, and it'll suit Jumbo-Visma. What you have to do is do something that doesn't suit them. I know it suits many teams here that have a sprinter to try and go for it, but again, it's trying against a faster rider. So you want to look at your different options. Depends if you're happy with second or third in a stage, but as you hear from many riders that it's the win that counts. So how do you win this race? One of the best ways of winning this race is trying to come to the finish without either Koy or Wout van Aert. Them as a duo are formidable. So how do you do it? You have to start attacking and hope you've got a better chance of one of them come to the finish with you than both of them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely. Whether that'll happen today remains to be seen. 73 and a bit kilometres still to go as Ben Turner takes a musette, definitely throws it over his shoulder, pops it open, and has a rummage inside. Bidon straight in the bottle cage. Quite often there'll be two in there. Talking about that yesterday, how much easier it is to grab a bottle from the side of the road if it's actually in a musette. So Ineos Grenadiers are dropping down. Movistar in turn in the navy blue, moving up. Interesting to see the DSM team as well, DSM Firmenich as they know. They've got Casper van Uden now in the Best Young Riders jersey. Good placing for him yesterday. He's there sat about third or fourth. They've got a couple of good sprinters. But Tobias Lund Andersen, he was very fast, and that awful crash the other day, incredibly, he's only 1 minute and 57 seconds behind. It just shows he didn't actually spend that much time on the deck. Again, absolutely incredulous at that. But they've only got 2 riders left in the mix for the general classification. That's Nicholas Markle, who in turn is a very good sprinter as well, or is very fast. But they've only got 2 riders in with a shout of the general classification. That's Markle and Casper van Uden, both in the same time as our race leader. Just going up another one of these short rises now that pepper this particular section of the course. Harry Tanfield about to roll past Abram Stockman. 2 slightly heavier rouleurs, and just throttling back perhaps a little bit on the climbs. Then over the top is where they can really press home their advantage. But these climbs are only shallow, but gently rolling terrain, beautiful terrain as we weave our way through the Nottinghamshire lanes. We're heading back towards the area of Sherwood Forest. In fact, we passed by within just 3 or 4 miles of the start before heading to the most southerly point of the race, heading north again and then dropping back south and finishing for the second time in Newark-on-Trent. The last time was back in 2017 when Fernando Gaviria took the stage. Unfortunately, Gaviria crashed on stage 1. I think it was stage 1 of this race, wasn't it? Was it stage 2? I think it was stage 1, wasn't it, when he crashed and hurt his hand?
2, I think it was.
It was 2, because Cancer sprinted anyway on stage 1, didn't he? Into Manchester, but it crashed on stage 2, injured his hand, and is heavily bandaged, but has been very active nonetheless, still providing a vital role for his team, following some moves earlier on today and assisting in the pacemaking to try and set up Max Cancer, who sits in 3rd place at the moment on the general classification. 4 riders of the Movistar team still in with a shout. Serrano, last year's winner, Cantor, Mulberger and Oscar Rodriguez. And Verona, Mulberger, Rodriguez and Serrano will certainly like the last couple of stages. Classy team. Max Sciandri is the director sportif looking after that squad on this race. Max Sciandri hails in fact from Derby himself, although he's an Italian, but has raced for Great Britain in the past. But Max Sciandri been with Movistar for several years now, former teammate of myself. If you're listening, Max, good afternoon. But 1:11 now, so this lead holding steady at a minute now. I mean, Brian, you're not a mind reader, but what's going to be going through the mind of potentially, what do you think these 2 riders out in front are going to be thinking of now? Because it's hard, this, isn't it? I mean, it's nice being out in front. One of them, one would imagine, still is going to get the most aggressive rider. But how do they process the inevitable, well, the kind of 99.9% chance they are going to be caught now? It's an interesting mindset, isn't it? The mind of the breakaway, which ultimately really could be doomed.
They just have to ride a 2 up. They just have to ride at a wattage that they can sustain for a long period of time. So they've just been held out there on a short leash. So all they have to do is, the sports director there's not a lot the sports director will do, say to them tactically. They know they're committed here. It's a case of, boys, just do what you have to do. Keep on swapping turns. Just don't make sure you keep it really steady. It's 2 teammates, they're not racing against each other. So it's just, riding a 2 up pretty much. If you're feeling stronger, do a longer turn, but just keep the speed at a constant speed. It's the same was happening at the front of the peloton. These guys got themselves in a breakaway for one reason, possibly to try and win the stage. Don't think that's going to happen. But they're committed to this, and it's just a case of, gentle encouragement, just keep on looking after each other more than anything, and just keeping the tempo nice and steady. And the only bit of advice I'd say to both of them, I was in the team car, is try and enjoy the day, take in the atmosphere and then try and enjoy the day, because with just over 1 minute, it doesn't look as if it's going to be successful. And I didn't think that even when there was James Fouchier there.
Yeah. Of course, the flip side is they are out in front. They will be enjoying the day, especially Harry Tanfield riding on home roads. And his last couple, he's been in the break 3 times now. Tanfield twice for his teammate Stockman. But we're just riding through the beautiful town of Southall. It's spelt Southwell, but it's pronounced Southall. Some great facts about Southall. Amongst many, it's the home of the Bramley apple, one of the most famous British apples. Bramleys are generally used in cooking. But the Bramley apple, the story goes that the original Bramley apple pip was planted at the bottom of a cottage garden at 75 Church Street back in 1810. And there's a good pub here called the Saracen's Head, the oldest of the pubs in Southall. It was a coaching inn back in medieval times. And apparently King Charles I visited there before he lost his freedom at Newark Castle in 1646. But lots of other facts. It is a beautiful place, been through many, many times, never stopped. I think that was Rooster at the side of the road. An old mechanic of ours. Not a kind of male chicken. That was definitely one of our friends, Bob Rouse, who's pictured at the side of the road there, smiling at the camera. A mechanic for you back in the day, Brian, when you were riding with the rally team, the banana team back in the day, and for me with the Sigma Sports team, the GB team over the years. Lives just outside Nottingham and a real stalwart of the British scene. Good to see Bob at the side of the road there. So 1 minute and 8 seconds now for our two riders out in front as they change direction now. Southall, which is quite apt really. It's not quite the most southerly point of today's stage, but we're now heading in a northerly direction, get back into the headwind. And we're not too far away at all as the crow flies to the finish in Newark-on-Trent. Probably only the best part of 7 or 8 Ks actually, if that. But we're now going to head back north again, parallel to the start location. And at its nearest, we're only going to be about 7 or 8 Ks from the start location. We then continue north, we then head east, north again before looping back down and heading towards Newark-on-Trent, the destination of the stage finish today, with that rather complex little chicane that comes with about 2.5 kilometres to go. And they'll be hitting that point in about an hour and 25 minutes. As a few more riders drop back for another feed in these warm conditions. The temperature constantly rising today, could reach as much as 28, 29 degrees as we pass through the town sign for Hockerton, and another clutch of fans at the side of the road. But this is really showcasing a lovely part of England. It really is beautiful here, especially on a summer's day like this, Brian.
It is, like you say, not raced too much about this part of the world. You know, milk races and various other things, but you kind of flash through. There hasn't been too many races for me here, but even kind of Tour of Britain stages. But yeah, lovely part of the world here, round about Robin Hood territory.
Just going through Hockerton. Another little sweeping right-hander as our TDT Unibet cycling team duo continue to press on in front. Out of sight. Certainly not out of mind at the moment, but the peloton behind will be pretty happy with the situation on the road now. You do get the sense that this, the almost inevitable sense that this could be a bunch sprint. But just looking at these roads, these country lanes, okay, not a lot of elevation, only 1,200 metres all day. But this, we were saying we might see things open up with 50 Ks to go. We might not. We might be completely and utterly wrong. But if they want to break the deadlock here, that's what teams might have to do. It's another thing carrying it off. Is it really worthwhile? That's another quite legitimate question. But these country lanes, just by their very nature, do provide the platform, I think, for pretty attacking racing. It's not as if we're on big, wide main roads where the wind will play its part. Here, on these twisting, narrow country lanes, once attackers go get 10 or 15 seconds, you're outside, out of mind. I think this is really good terrain, ripe terrain for at least trying something.
Definitely, and you're right, out of sight, out of mind. You know, good, you know, lefts, rights, up and down. It's, you know, can cause a little bit of concern for a team trying to kind of control things. And, you know, I think really that, you know, if you are thinking about the overall, you're thinking about the tactical play, you have to look at something. For the moment, it's been a relatively easy stage, 210 watts average for all of Coy at the moment, which means that if I was a sprinter, I wouldn't like to see that, because if Ola Coy's having it easy, of course you're having it easy. It just means that you have so much left at the end, and it's the same with Wout van Aert. So you want to kind of take it on, and I know we're a wee bit all against Jumbo-Visma. It's because they've won the last 3 stages. They're the dominant team. It's the same for every other team. If you'd a sprinter in normal races, if you'd a sprinter, you would help out at the front of the race. But no, because you won the first 3 stages, the onus is on you. And we're just trying to think of ways to kind of mix it up. How can the other teams beat Jumbo-Visma? At the same time, what Jumbo-Visma have done so far in this race has been absolutely spot on and brilliant.
Totally.
They policed things right from the start. Only allowed 3 riders to go away, 2 left now. The way they're riding with 2 riders, the other riders can sit back. Affini and Van Hooijdonk will be looking after Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy, and so far so good. Tactically, they've got it pretty much spot on, so they are in the driving seat. It's how the others can shake the race up a little bit, because from where I'm sitting, it's kind of playing into the hands of potential a 4th win for Olaf Koy.
Yep, I do think that. And again, just stressing the point, we're not here picking on Jumbo-Visma at all. They are the team of the season, the team of the last few seasons. They're dominant across all different sorts of terrain, whether it's the Grand Tours, where they're unbeaten this year, and they're looking good, the Vuelta as well, the Classics. And they treat their bike racing seriously. Whatever race they go to, that they ride to win, and it would be wrong of them not to. And it shows that the way that they're riding and wanting to win, even that little moment when Van Aert took the points for the points class, they're here to race, and they're very, very good at it. And they have this is an A team. They've not sent a B team or a C team to the Tour of Britain. And you can look at squads and think, okay, this is a decent team. It's not their best team, but they are that strong across the board, and 28, 30 riders in their squad. Whatever squad they send somewhere, it's generally going to be an A team, isn't it? When you look at it, it's a ridiculously strong lineup. But the reason we're being critical isn't. We're not even being critical. We're just trying to deconstruct the race and look at where the opportunities lie to try and make it hard for them, which is what DSs and riders who want to win this bike race will be thinking. And also that there's, to temper that, there are races that quite often do go to a certain formula. That's why we say that's going to be a sprint stage, that's going to be a mountain stage. There's still a formula within cycling, and if you try too much to put against a formula, quite often you can be banging your head against a brick wall. And certain things happen in racing which are it's more likely that you're going to waste a lot of energy for no reward. But sometimes there's a little bit more of an opportunity than that. But often it will need several teams to be on the same page and want to mix things up. And we did see that yesterday. And we're not quite there yet, but I think 40, 50 Ks to go, we might see some riders opening it up. Despite the fact we've got 2 riders up at the road, I don't think they're playing into the hands of anybody, apart from the fact that Jumbo-Visma have to make sure they don't give them too much of a lead, because they'll move into the race lead and take the stage. I think the other teams aren't even thinking about these riders, but I do think there may be some plans hatching behind. But we do have the time on a stage like this, Brian, to just look a little bit deeper into the whys and wherefores. Why is this race unfurling this particular way? What is the thinking behind letting it happen? Where's the risk and reward lie as well? There's so many different impact factors, and it could be that teams are just happy with the way things are and looking to the latter part of the race. But with only 2 stages where you'd think it's naturally going to break up, by virtue of that, there is limited opportunity to cause gaps. So you then have to look a little bit elsewhere within the race to find opportunities, and that's just what we're talking about now.
Jumbo-Visma have been brilliant, simply brilliant. So how do you play against that? And as everybody knows, and unless the wind blows in kind of flatter stages, you've got another one tomorrow. In flatter stages, how do you race that? How do you beat a team? And it gave us an indication yesterday when they started attacks after that, a little bit of crosswind section, but after that it was just going up and down and rolling, that you have to race, that you have to work tactically. Hope that the combination is good. If I was there, I would feel quite good about maybe taking Nathan Van Hooijdonk with me. This time, instead of yesterday, they didn't want to, but he wasn't riding. But if you have to tow him to the finish, okay, he's got a better chance of winning. But then again, it cuts down. There might only be 3 or 4 riders up there with maybe a 30-second advantage, and then it becomes a little bit more kind of 1 against 1. So you have to look at all these kind of permutations. But I really have to think for the other teams, if they want to try and win this race or win this stage, they have to try and kind of open things up a little bit, and that's why we're kind of speculating and looking at it, inside the last 50 instead of the last 25. And you really have to. But the other factor is for a race that's midweek, stage race, we still have some fantastic crowds down in this part of the world.
We do. Brilliant crowds. The crowds that we saw just going through Southall were absolutely fantastic, and everywhere, regardless of the size of the town or village. Well, Southall was absolutely packed. We've seen some brilliant crowds. There's lots of this particular area in Nottinghamshire, never that far from a relatively big town or city, but there's lots of little villages along the way, and we've seen some pockets of fans. Lots of people have come out on their bikes. There's the Union flag everywhere. It is wonderful to see how the fans in Great Britain have really embraced this race, and have even seen it when we've had bad weather in the past in the Tour of Britain. It is an absolute constant, and I'm never ever disappointed. The crowds rival that of any race in the world, I think it's fair to say. And look back to the opening stage that finished on Deansgate in Manchester. There were 8 or 9 deep.
I don't think anybody watched in Britain.
So there must, yeah. So it's working from it. There's a lot of people have taken snap. I'm wondering how many of the bike riders out on a Monday afternoon have taken a sneaky sickie as well. Many. But look at the fans here. This is fantastic. This is just a small village, and there's hundreds, if not about 1,000 people out in this tiny little village.
I'm just working from home today.
Yeah, just working from home today. It's absolutely brilliant. It really is. And I'm sure that the organiser of the Tour of Britain, as they do every year, will give us some interesting numbers. A lot of them are, well, they're not so much guesstimates, but they're pretty reasonably accurate. It's always hard to count how many people are out on the side of the road, but there are ways that can be done. A rather hesitant grab there by Jos van Emden. Hopefully he'll get a bottle this time. It was a very good bit of passing there from the Jumbo-Visma Soignier. Almost overlapped the wheel there, did Stockman. Tanfield on the front, and we're getting a real show here of what these lanes are like. These are the reasons I was saying that if you wanted to be disruptive, to attack on these lanes, you could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But with 60 k's to go, still well over an hour of racing, probably about an hour and 10, hour and 15 maximum, I think, at the speed they're doing now. Average speed 43.6 kilometers an hour, and as we head into the final 45 minutes, 1 hour of racing, that is likely to increase. So I think we're going to see average speeds today again in or around the 45 kilometers an hour mark for over 100 miles of racing, which is impressive. But I say impressive, it's actually quite normal these days, Brian, isn't it? That's the speeds that these riders are more than capable of just bowling along at. And as we saw by the average power of Olav Koy, 207 watts, that's not particularly hard at all. That's because he's been protected, sat in the wheels.
No, just coming out of Cotton there, Conton, sorry. But, it's been an average 45 for the first kind of part of the stage. It's settled down a little bit. It just goes to show you that, the two riders in front, Tanfield and Stockman, are dictating the pace of the race. A little bit easier for the team of Jumbo-Visma to control this. They're just letting them kind of dangle out there at just over 1 minute, and they know that they're not being given too much. So it's an opportunity for the two leaders, like I was just saying, Matt, that just settle it down, just ride at a tempo that is sustainable. You don't have to go too deep. Okay, there's a bit of fatigue in the leg, especially for Tanfield, who's been on the attack for every day, pretty much. And even in stage 1, he said he didn't have the legs. Well, he's managed to infiltrate the breakaway and be in it every day, or try to get it in every day. So I think it's just they're dictating the pace of the race. But if they're slowing down, the peloton's slowing down, which means that there's a lot of I would say, fresh air legs left in this peloton for the last kind of 50 odd kilometres.
No, definitely. As you say, not going to panic too much. And one of the fascinating things that happens towards the back end of a bike race when you are in front, it's at this mid phase that we're in now, 160 k's. We're now in the final third, but heading into the final phase of the race is that the longer the race goes on, the legs do start to hurt. But despite the lead being only 1.5 minutes, it's actually gone up a little bit. The longer it goes on and that lead hovers about a minute, the more, not so much belief starts to creep in. It's just a reminder of, yeah, I'm in a big bike race here, and I'm helping shape the race. I'm on live television. I'm doing what I do for a living, and I'm showing myself. And that the deeper you get, and the more tension that's thrown into the race, the more important and central you are to the narrative of the race. And what that gives you psychologically, you start to get this little addition of adrenaline, and it's just, you're caught up in the moment, Brian, and that's something that I don't think I've really even talked about that, but that is part of the momentum that continues to drive a rider at the final phase of the race. Although ultimately they're heading to oblivion, and that's to blow up, they're going to get caught, spat straight out the back. But there's something quite beautiful about being at the sharp end of a big bike race. Everything's focused on you. We're talking about the rider now, and then you'll become aware of that. You've got the crowd screaming. Everything's on you, and you do find something special, even though you know there's only a slim chance of success. And that's something that I think helps drive a rider, regardless of what's ultimately inevitable.
You ride your national tour, you take pride in that, and you get motivation from it. And I'm pretty sure that the forward announcer has already been through these towns and announced who's here, because you can clearly hear everybody shouting for Harry Tanfield. And just for that reason alone, that's the kind of motivational factor. You know, I've ridden races where there's been very few spectators and you don't get that same buzz, and then you ride races that it's just incredible. You know, you can't hear yourself think sometimes in races, and that's where you get the goosebumps and things like that. So I really do think that it is not just a physical sport as cycling, it's a psychological sport. I would say almost kind of 50-50. But in a race like this, it's quite easy to switch off, and you have to switch on, and that's where the sports director or the team captain will be there just to kind of bark the orders. And because I know we filled a lot of the time today and yesterday and this part of the race when there's not a lot happening, two riders in front, the peloton just bowling along, and we are talking about history and maypoles and various other things. It's the same for the riders. They have to keep on switched on, because you never know when a team is going to come up and start to go on the attack, and all of a sudden you're going from an easy kind of 200 or odd watch to 300-400, and some riders take a little bit of time to get kind of switched on into that. So it's about focus and sticking to a plan if you've got a plan.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is the beauty of a race like this, as you say, is we do get to talk about things that we wouldn't ordinarily get to discuss. So again, a particularly narrow stretch of road here, typical country lanes, high hedges sheltered from the wind, a little bit of breeze there is. They are heading into the headwind still to reach the most northerly part of the second part of this route today. Just an interesting few little facts, Brian. You talk about riding on home soil. Thank you to Pro Cycling Stats for finishing me with this one. I couldn't get away with you thinking that I knew this off the top of my head, but there's quite a few riders that lived or were born within 100 k's of today's route, and I'm going to list them because I think it's quite interesting. Ben Turner, Doncaster; Connor Swift, Thorn; Ollie Wood, Wakefield; Ollie Rees, Holmfirth; Tom Pidcock, Leeds; Jacob Scott in Oldham; and Matt Walls in Manchester. So quite a lot of northern Midlands, Yorkshire lads in at the field today. So well, there we go. And also another interesting one, 57% of the field haven't got a contract for next year. That's quite an interesting one, Brian, as well. A lot, I think, will be a matter of course, but one thing we haven't talked about is we're in September, and there will be riders who are probably holding out because they've had a good season, and others where this race is actually very, very important in terms of getting a deal.
It is, but I think a high percentage of them might be the third division teams, which
Yes,
I think in a third division team, you don't know if you've got a contract for next year. It's not like World Tour teams. If you've not signed before the Tour de France, then you have to kind of worry about, you know, what's coming next, because most of the kind of top riders and top teams want everybody signed before the Tour de France, although they can only announce from August the 1st. But a lot of the smaller teams, they won't know what they're doing next year until probably towards the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's actually, Brian, a very interesting point, as you see Luke Rope dropping back to the team car. Can't see which DS it is because of the smoked glass on the windscreen, but we've got Roger Hammond, Ian Stannard, Matteo Tessato, and also Ollie Cookson, who are the DS crew, 2 in each vehicle. But yeah, I couldn't quite see who that was.
Ollie and Alfie.
There's kids, aren't they?
Might have their own TV show or podcast soon.
Yes. Well, he's got his own What's Occurring podcast with Geraint Thomas, who I believe is currently up the road in a big break in the World Tour at the moment. So my spies tell me. But no, 125 now. But yeah, that is an interesting one. It's the economics, and we talked a bit about the business model of cycling, but primarily that was the business model for the Tier 1, the World Tour teams and pro teams. But the whole structure of the economics of third division teams, continental teams as they're known, is far more uncertain, Brian, isn't it? And quite fractious. There are a lot of continental teams that have been around for a while, but they operate on, let's say, it's a fraction of the budget. Some conti teams have a reasonable budget, others, you know, only just have like very, very low 6-figure budgets, some even less than that, and riders are essentially, some conti teams riders are paid, others it's the sort of semi-amateur status, others they're just on expenses, and having, you've run a conti team, I've run a conti team in the past, and sometimes you haven't got the team across the line in like December, January, or not January, but like it is late in the year before you sort things out, unless you are a conti team that has a deal in place for several seasons. But that is quite rare at that level, isn't it? Yeah,
it's you never know if it's going to continue or not. The Enduro racing team had a 3-year deal, but even on that you didn't know what the budget was going to be until, and it resulted on success. So, you know, that went for 3 years, and then they did the merger with NetApp. But for a lot of these teams, even this Unibet team, is it continuing next year? The sponsor's going to continue? You never know when the sponsors are signing on a dotted line. It's the same when I took over at MTN. I believed that they were continuing, MTN would continue for a further couple of years. When I found out they weren't. So you never know. Okay, the bigger teams are you know, pretty much there and sorted, and the big riders are signed. So, but even I believe that Jumbo-Visma have said that, you know, if there's another sponsor comes in, they're willing to kind of step back, because I think they're pulling out at the end of 25. So
it might be at the end of 24, Brian. I think it's the end of next year. It's their last year.
I know that if someone wanted to come in for next year, they're willing to step back. They've had, you find it that in sports that somebody will come in for 4 years. Okay, we've got sponsors that come in for longer, but somebody will come in for 4 years and then they'll look at another sport. It's just a marketing department. They're looking at engaging with different people. Yeah. Because they find that if you come into a sport for 4 years, then you've already engaged with, you know, the fans of cycling. So then you move on to fans of other sports and various other things. So, you know, that's just a way of the world and companies, and, you know, and it's what you get as a kind of ROI from the sport.
Yeah, definitely. It is quite common. There are some exceptionally long-term deals that have been with teams, but as you say, generally speaking, a company that comes in relatively new might only hang around for 4 or 5 years, and it's not because they've not got a good return on it. Well, sometimes they might feel they haven't, but the majority of companies that come in, are involved in cycling and ultimately leave are just happy. It's just they've got the maximum they're going to achieve, and then they move on. It is clearly a business decision. Like, pro cycling isn't a charity. We're not going to stay around with it unless you've got, which is the case sometimes, a CEO or an owner of a company, for example, that just loves cycling, and we get that in football. I just stay in it because I love it and it's a vanity project. But if it's pure marketing, there is a finite period of time where somebody's going to stay involved. I think that one of the big exceptions is Movistar, and we talked about them yesterday. Benesto, Iles Beleras, Reynolds back in the day, back into the early 1980s. They're a team that has had various different sponsors over the years. They've come and go, but generally they've stayed for a best part of a decade, and we're looking at nearly a decade now for Movistar, aren't we? Well, actually, we're over a decade now.
Yeah, I think their return, I think they get... It's different in different countries.
Yeah.
Cycling's getting a little bit more popular in this country, so we're not only engaging with people interested in cycling, we're engaging with more people in the general public. The thing about Movistar is football and cycling is their kind of number one sports in Spain. So, they're getting that return, not just from fans, but from just people interested in sports. So, the decisions are made in the marketing department side of things. We have got, of course, some kind of vanity projects. I think Ineos is one of them. It's just a vanity thing, sponsoring a team and putting the money in. I don't think that Jim Ratcliffe is getting any ROI back on his investment into the team. So sometimes you get these kind of vanity projects, but most sponsors are in cycling because they want to get something in return. And of course we've got certain teams like the Flanders team, that's funded by the Flanders area and whoever kind of governs that area.
Local government, yeah.
Yep, that's it. And then we've got Lotto, who's the like we've got the lottery here in this country, who don't fund a team in any particular sport, but they fund a lot of sports in different ways with their kind of lottery funding. So yeah, it's a very kind of fickle world, sponsors and teams and return and things like that. So looking back in the day, we're in a very good way with cycling in this country, but there's a lot of elements of this country really suffering, and we talked about it, the road race series, that there's no sponsors for that, and the teams that we've got, one team disbanded this year because I think the sponsor pulled out. So it's always very difficult. We've got one continental team now, and the rest are small teams, and we have got a huge range.
Yeah, we've got St Piran and Trinity, haven't we? They're the only two.
Okay, St Piran and Trinity. Yeah. That's it. Before we used to have 4 or 5 teams, and I didn't understand some of the teams why they wanted to be UCI, because they could ride the same races in the past. But we've got disparity right from the top to the bottom. We've got 2 continental teams and 1 World Tour team. In other countries, okay, we might be kind of moaning about our country, and other countries are suffering. I think Italy have really kind of suffered in the last kind of decade with their economy and cycling and teams and things like that. But our economy in the UK, I would say, we could do with an infrastructure of having 5 or 6 continental teams, a couple of second division pro teams, and having that 1 World Tour team. And that way it gives, because if you come down from World Tour, normally you come back to your country and you've got 2 options. Trinity is a development team, so I don't think you get that help. And then you've got one team, St Piran, who've got most of the best riders in this country. You look at James Shaw at the side of the road there for EF. He went from a World Tour team back, and luckily he was given a second chance. But we don't have a net in this country, so if you lose your chance in a big team, we don't have a big net in this country to support a lot of riders, and that's the kind of structure that we need. That needs the investment. The road season needs investment, but for the likes of kind of British cycling, why would they invest in something that they're getting no return on? Because it's just about kind of memberships and looking after the memberships. And like I said the other day, that not everybody wants to race. They like doing sportives and various other. They like riding their bikes, but not everybody wants to race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum, to say the very least. We want road cycling to be promoted. It is on its knees, unfortunately, domestically, despite the fact we've got this beautiful race, the Tour of Britain, that's been around. Well, next year it'll be 20 editions. Hopefully there'll be some big celebrations next year, but hopefully this situation is cyclical as well. But it's difficult to see.
We look at this purely financial. We have got the finance in this country. The Women's Tour was cancelled this year purely on finance. Tour Series purely in finance. So we can't lose Women's Tours. We can't lose Tour Series. We can't lose these races, and it's purely on finance. Although, you know, there are some big companies with, you know, big money in Britain. So how is this happening?
Yeah. And you're quite right about the importance to British cycling as members. I mean, when you look at it as a pyramid, the amount of members with an elite licence, because we're talking about the elite level of the sport, let's say first cat, the amount of members of British cycling who are also elite and first category is tiny compared to the other members who are just in clubs or just want to ride their bike. So there's a disparity there, and so you can understand why British cycling have got to be careful how much funding they put into it. But this is another illustration of Fernando Gaviria's hand, giving it a bit of a stretch there. It looks to be getting better every day, but still suffering from a bit of pain, maybe some stiffness there, just trying to rotate that wrist a little bit. I'm just glad he's managed to continue. He's still been pretty active despite that. Clearly not going to be able to sprint today. It's all going to be about Max Canter, should we ultimately have a bunch kick. But it's good to... Oh, another little... Definitely managed to lift his bike off the ground there, though, didn't he? Despite another one there as well. Blimey.
Got it.
Bottlegate. Left, right and centre there.
Well, we picked them up earlier on the stage. I think they've lost a few points there.
Oh, there we go. So 120. Let's have a look at that again. Some of these bottles pop out. I think there's one dropped at the feed. There we go. Gaviria drops over one, and then there's another one skittled out. Oof. No bunny hop there from Van Poppel, but managed to avoid it nonetheless. Ryan Mullen, all smiles as he drops back. 46.9 k's to go. Gap still holding steady to add 2 leaders who've been in front all day long. Harry Tanfield and Abram Stockman of the Unibet cycling team lead maxed out at 2 minutes 30. They had with them for company James Fouché, the New Zealander leading the King of the Mountains classification. Sponsored by Pinarello, Bolton Equities Black Spoke. He dropped back after taking maximum points on the second and final categorised climb of the day. And since then, our 2 riders from the Belgian Conti team have been out in front on their own. And despite these sunny conditions and the welcoming, encouraging cries of the crowds at the side of the road, and there have been many of those on the roads of Nottinghamshire, briefly into Yorkshire as well today. It's been a tough day out in front. And Brian, we talked about maybe the final 40 k's, something kicking off. Got no sense of any of that happening just at the moment. No movement of any teams towards the front in any particular order. A little bit of colour blocking going on, but I don't get the sense that anybody right now has got the appetite to start to mix things up just yet.
No, not at the moment. I don't think they can afford to wait too long. They will, of course, look at the roads coming up, and you know, I think we're starting to get into some of the kind of roads that, you know, would be nice and conducive to some nice racing, kind of undulating up and down a little bit. But I really don't think they want to wait to the last kind of 20 kilometres anywhere in the next 5-6 kilometres. I would think that, you know, you have to kind of look and test, try out, because for the moment you can feel every ache in your body because you're not riding that fast, you're not riding that hard, and this is why we're seeing Gaviria just looking at his wrist and things like that, because you can, when the race is just bowling along like this. I know they're still going at, you know, a very good average speed, but you know, there's a lot of riders just sitting here, you know, just kind of waiting to race. And you know, for the moment, Jumbo-Visma are well in control of this, and you really want to kind of test them out and not wait, because you're giving Affini and Van Hooijdonk that opportunity of just kind of sitting back in this peloton.
Yep, you certainly are right. We don't know exactly what these teams are thinking, whether they've got something up their sleeve, whether that little bit of local knowledge for the GB team Ineos Grenadiers as well certainly know the roads a little bit better. But again, with no real massive elevation and no real open exposed crosswind section, textbook sections of road that could be quite stressful. It's very difficult to see where anybody can really prize this race apart. The terrain doesn't lend itself to that, but what it does lend itself towards is the fact that these are just good attacking roads, difficult to chase on, pretty technical, relatively narrow as we head through Tuxford with 45 k's to go. So we've got about an hour of racing still before we finish, so we should be arriving in Newark at about 10 past 3 local time. And still this lead hovers at about 1 minute and 10 seconds as we get another appreciative round of applause and even some trumpets, a bit of some brass instruments at the side of the road there as well, Brian.
Yeah, but winds, and talking about winds, they have a working windmill steeped in history from this part of the world, Tuxford.
Indeed. It was, yeah, just to elaborate on that, apparently it was previously a coaching stop for travellers, wasn't it, on the Great North Road, apparently. 13 k's next, 13 k's down the road. Next town that we're going to visit, Newark-on-Trent. And then actually we cross the River Trent there, as you would imagine. On numerous occasions today, the races are crisscrossed, run parallel with and gone over the River Trent. And still, two men on the front for Jumbo-Visma have become very familiar with the riding styles of Jos van Emden, now in his last season as a professional. Really likeable character, such a reliable rider. And as well as being strong, Brian, we're been talking about the domestiques in teams and the big teams. One of the things that I know DS has looked for team managers isn't just the ability to be strong in certain areas and also the ability to be a solid all-rounder. One of the key elements of hiring, well-paid domestique deluxe is their reliability. So it's not just the fact they're this strong, they can do this, that and the other. It's like, well, they need to do that day in, day out in a Grand Tour, day in, day out in a week-long stage race. And save for crashes and injuries, which Stephen Kruijswijk have had more than his fair share of, generally speaking, like Jos van Emden, when has he not been reliable? When he's been in a race, barring accidents, he's been there. It's very rare, although they are human, to have an off day. They just fine-tuned their training and they're just so resilient that they're just reliable. And that's what you need, isn't it? As well as a big engine, versatility, you need reliability as one of those massively important factors.
As long as you know what your role is, then you can train to that role. We talked about Ryan Mullen. We know that Tim de Klerk, who rides in the front of many races, Tour de France and such, that's what he trains like. He trains to ride for hour and hour at 350 watts. That's what he does. Sprinters train differently from lead-out guys, and that's what you want. So as long as you know and you're comfortable in what you can do. But I think nowadays that we talked about, with it being a little bit robotic, and possibly that's not the kind of word that we're going to use, is you can tell now, and this is why a lot of the youngsters are given these opportunities. If you're shown the credentials and the numbers of what you can do, then it's not like it was in the past where you had to kind of earn the right within the team. These sports scientists know what every rider can do now. They look at data, that's what they think. I've helped out a few riders in the past, and the teams always come back, they send the data and I put it to the coaches and they look at it, your different power levels over different amounts of time. So they will look at all this data and things like that and determine, is that person good enough? And we bemoan a little bit about this technology and things like that, but it's helping a lot of the youngsters get where they are today. So if you're young and producing the good numbers, then you'll be given that opportunity instead of trying to kind of merit it. And that's what used to happen in the past. You joined a team, you got bottles, you rode on the front. Nowadays that doesn't happen. If you're showing the good numbers, then you do get that opportunity, and I think it's brilliant to see. But yeah, it's Jos van Emden, very important part. He's got an engine. He's done it for many years. He's now deciding to step away from being a professional bike rider. I don't know if he'll stay within the team, Sometimes, we get that happening. If someone retires, they go into team sports director, but still they have to learn. It's, you can't just stop being a professional bike rider and think you'll make a good, sports director or good commentator or, whatever it is. You have to kind of earn that. So there's a lot of things that you can do as an ex-bike rider, but for the riders that are riding in teams and things like that, like you said earlier on in this stage, this is an A team, but it's an A team with the relative cogs that you need to make it an A team. No surprise that Olive Coy is winning the last 3 stages because the team that they've got. Can you imagine any other team having the same? Would they be able to do the same? I think we're only talking about potentially maybe 2 or 3 other teams with a team been able to do what Jumbo-Visma have done so far in the Tour of Britain.
Exactly. No, you're quite right. Actually, one thing that I'd overlooked, Van Emden, at 38 years of age, he is the current national time trial champion of the Netherlands at the ripe old age of 38. But he's a young man, really, isn't he? Let's be honest, got the rest of his life ahead of him. What he chooses to do, we don't know, but he's been a fantastic member of the team that he now applies his trade for. That is for sure. Ever consistent. Spent 3 years with the Rabobank Conti team before moving up, but now is massively integral as the speed just starts to pick up a little bit here. Just the body language, or just the position of the body on the bikes now change as they started to just lift this pace. This is twofold. They obviously want to bring this break back to make sure they don't just lose concentration, drift out to a minute and suddenly we've got 10 Ks to go. But more, they want to just bring this in and also gradually, and we see this incremental increase in the power. And also that makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for everybody behind as well, and starts to diminish any desire to potentially launch an attack, because we talk about riders and teams being intimidating. And it is, that's what sport is about. Elite sport is, you use intimidatory tactics, not offhand tactics, but it's like demonstrations of strength, Brian, in elite sport is part of elite sport. And this is an elite team sport. And what they're doing now is setting this tempo. They're using 2 amazingly strong resources to do it. But also, it's in doing it, it's quite dominating as well, isn't it? And when a team like this is setting a tempo, we've both been there. You're in a line, you think, oh, do you know what? I'm on the wheel now. You move into the wind, you think, oh my God, there's just no way. And then you go back. There'll be a lot of riders thinking that as well here, Brian, won't they? They're starting to kick it up a gear here.
Because it's not been really animated today. We had a nice start, but pretty much through the kind of middle third of the race, it's not, the race has not been on, and you start to feel all the kind of aches, and like you say, you make a little bit of an effort and you think, oh wow, maybe I don't feel so good, but at the front you look up and it's still the 2 same riders, and you're just thinking, wow, these guys are just killing it. They're suffering, They are really kind of going deep to be able to do this, and although it looks good, you have to kind of test, you have to look at the opportunities and think to yourself, because most of the riders in this 90% of the riders in this peloton have had a lot of time thinking today, a lot of thoughts, trying to keep themselves focused, because let's be honest here, there's been absolutely no action whatsoever in the peloton. They've just been bowling along, and that's where they say that's where commentators earn their money, because with nothing happening, you have to keep the fans entertained. But it's the same when you're a pro bike rider in this group. How do you keep yourself switched on, because you're just riding behind 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma all day? A lot of them will get a little bit bored, and you have to focus on the goal. What is the goal? I thought we'd see something sooner rather than later, but for the moment, that doesn't seem to be the goal of any team. Kind of kicked off in the last kind of 20 odd kilometres yesterday. I said maybe they have to go from a little bit more distance. It doesn't look as if they're planning that for the moment.
No. And also the clever thing about the way that Jumbo-Visma are riding, or you could deem it as pretty clever. It might be just by dint of what they're doing without any rational, specific thought process behind it. But the longer they can do this and start to squeeze and increase the pace, the kilometres are ticking down. That point in the race where we thought it might open up, it still could happen. But increasingly now, the thoughts of the teams with fast men, but also have riders who want to attack, is like, well, actually, we've only got like 45 minutes of racing now. I think we should. There's nobody else is really minded. With every single kilometre that passes now, the increasing likelihood of what's going to happen in this race is going to be a bunch finish. And that is clever. So judging the pace, increasing it slowly, the terrain helps as well because it is pretty flat, and there's no real climbs for to really try and launch things on, although you don't need necessarily a hilly bit of road to do it. It does mean that increasingly now we are heading towards what we thought might happen. And I think the chance of this race being opened up yet are diminishing, but you still never know. You still never know. It might happen at the point we saw yesterday, but that was more to do with the change in direction, wasn't it? And the realistic threat or potential of splitting things in the crosswinds.
Yeah, it's mentally it's a kind of tough day for a lot of these riders. Physically, it's not been too bad, and tomorrow is going to be another kind of flattish stage as well. I'm just looking at it now. It's 190 kilometres, so it's longish one, Felixstowe, but only 2/3 category climbs, the majority of it just slightly up and down, so it's not overly difficult. So unless a lot of these teams are thinking saving all their energy for the weekend, where it's going to be a little bit more lumpier, but I know racing in a lot of the roads around Britain that it's not going to make a huge difference. The last couple of stages, so what the teams want to get out of it. Can they afford to kind of sit back? Are they just kind of trying to save all their energy to try and do what they can in the end? But I just feel that because it's been a really easy day for a lot of these riders, okay, for the riders that are in front and the riders right in the front of the peloton, it's a tough day. But I think it's more mentally tough than physically tough today. And coming into the final kind of 36 kilometres now, these two riders have done a great performance for their team, Tanfield and Stockman. They've been, hard at it all day, but for the rest of the peloton, they've done relatively nothing. Okay, we had some skirmishes at the start to get in the breakaway, but they've just been sat in the wheels. They've had a lot of time to think about, what they're going to do in the finish. I do believe that if you want to try and kind of mix things up, you have to really start to think about it sooner rather than later. But for the moment, surely not everybody wants to kind of roll into New York and have a sprint finish. Not when you've got Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy. What have they done in this race already? Dominate.
Exactly. Well, it won't be long before we actually start to head back into a tailwind. At 35 k's to go, we reach. We just hop on to big moment. It's the A51 or the A57 that we hop on for a bit, and then we head in a southerly direction once more. And I'm wondering whether teams are looking at that particular. There is actually a stretch on a big A road on the A51 where there'll be a crosswind briefly for just about 2 or 3 k's, and I'm wondering whether that will be the point that some teams have decided to try something. That remains to be seen. But right now, Jumbo-Visma, courtesy of the effort being put on the front by Steven Kruijswijk and Jos van Emden, are starting to turn the screw. Although, as you were saying, Brian, you do have to take your hat off to Harry Tanfield and Abram Stockman, both of the TDT Unibet cycling team, who are riding, have been riding at the same pace as the bunch behind. It's been 2v2 actually for the last 50 or 60 k's since we saw James Fouset, and I must say quite wisely dropping back, protecting that lead, increasing his lead in the King of the Mountains classification. And over the next couple of stages, given the lead that he's built, even if he were to sit back and not get into any breakaways and score, and somebody else were to score, and his nearest would be Zeb Kiffin, or actually Harry Tanfield now, in fact, because he's finished second on a couple of climbs. He's going to be in that jersey at least for the next few days. But there is a change of direction coming up, Ron, and wonder whether the reason we've been running into a headwind for a while is the reason no other teams have attacked. So the wind coming from the right-hand side in their face, but soon they'll have a tailwind, and that could be the catalyst potentially for some attacks.
Let's hope so, because it's been the same pattern for the last 2.5, 3 hours, and I'm pretty sure everybody watching wants. I know that this is a professional race, and why just entertain people watching this. You still got a job to do, and the job is to try and kind of win the race. But I really do think that maybe it's the kind of headwind that's stopping things. Maybe when we change this direction, we might get something. These two have been stuck out here since the start of the stage. Great TV time for them and their sponsors. Just sitting within 30 seconds of the front of the race. Starting to look a little bit tired now, but I'm sure that Kruijswijk and Joos van Emden are starting to feel tired as well. So you can see Danny Van Poppel speaking, or maybe just hovering around, maybe talking, because this is what I would do. I'd try and talk to other teams and see what they're wanting to do. And that's the important thing is, I know that one team is riding at front, but you have to think of a way as how can you win this race today? How can you win the race overall? And you need other teams to play in the games that you want to start, and whether they're going to start sooner or later, it's down to the teams themselves.
Yep, it is interesting. We just saw one of the Ineos Grenadiers actually swing off to the side of the road for a break of nature as we head into Dunham, and it shouldn't be long until we actually turn right, if my calculations are correct, and we start picking up that little bit of a tailwind. But 28 seconds is the lead so far. Haven't been given too much of a leeway, and as Brian said, we've had this holding pattern, this consistent holding pattern now for the last couple of hours. It was a little bit easier for the riders in front when they had Fouché for company, offering up that little bit extra opportunity and time to recuperate on the wheel. But now it's a heavy workload that Harry Tanfield and Abraham Stockman are having to do. And now you can just see the distance. That's what 30 seconds or so looks like as we head into Dunham. Going to go over Dunham Bridge very shortly. At one of the few bits of significant elevation in the final phase of today's race. It really is very flat indeed. But Newark-on-Trent, this bridge was first constructed back in 1832. And previously, the crossing was done by ferry. So today's toll bridge just spans the gap between Nottinghamshire and Lincolnshire to the west and east. And we're on the A57 at the moment, between the Great North Road and Lincoln. So if you continue on this road, you head all the way to Lincoln, the location of the beautiful cathedral, the wonderful city of Lincoln, and of course location for the Lincoln Grand Prix, one of the blue ribbons cycling events in the UK, one that Brian himself has won in the past. A great race, but not a million miles away from there. But soon we're going to be swinging right, picking up that little bit of a tailwind. But you can just see the way the shape of the bunch is here, Brian, on this big main road. Nobody even trying to attack at all. But the pace that Jumbo-Visma is setting is pinning a lot of riders into the gutter here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where you have to have a plan, because if you're sitting there all day, you can feel the fatigue in your legs. A lot of that kind of goes away when you start racing. But if you're sitting here thinking, well, I'm going to wait. No, I don't feel too good. They're riding quite hard at the front. I'm not going to attack. That's why you have to have a clear plan, and I'm sure every team has got that clear plan. But the clear plan coming into the last 30 kilometres, just as we said yesterday, it might happen late, like it did yesterday. But we would like to see it happen a little bit sooner, because there's so many riders, especially the rest of the Jumbo-Visma team, have been sat in the peloton all day, like everybody else, and sheltering away. So they'll have a little bit more firepower left for the final 30 odd minutes of racing than they would do if you kind of started racing a little bit earlier.
Well, they've got the right turn just ahead. You could see a sign on one of the signposts there for Newark. So momentarily the breakaway of two, Tanfield and Stockman, might have actually already just turned right, and that's where the wind will be directly in their back for the best part of 20 k's, and then they start to meander a little bit southeasterly, and they swing in a more of a westerly direction into Newark-on-Trent, including that nasty little chicane with just a couple of kilometres to go. But it's still Steven Kruijswijk on the front. Indeed, our break has already rounded that corner, But saying that, although the wind will be behind them for this final section of the race, this final 30 kilometres or so, it's not a very strong wind at all. 8 kilometres an hour isn't particularly strong. Far stronger yesterday on the coast when we had the North Sea breeze blowing inland. But today, far more benign conditions, and I don't think the conditions are going to be, well, the wind's strong enough to cause any splits, but the gap's still holding steady. And they don't seem to have increased the pace much at all. I don't think there's much more that these two can actually offer up, because it's still the best part of 35-40 minutes of riding, and on a long straight road like this is going to be almost impossible to hold off the bunch of them.
It is. They just have to ride their tempo. Nothing they can do. They can't increase it at all. They ride to like a 2-up team time trial. I think the cameraman has been told go up there and try and get a bit of an arty shot through the mirror to try and keep entertaining the fans watching this. But not the most entertaining of stages so far. I think a few of them have been like this, but really entertaining towards the end. And you know, that's what we're looking at as we head towards 30 kilometres to go. Two riders of Tanfield and Stockman from the same Unibet team have been out front with Fouché. He dropped back after the second King of the Mountains, taking maximum points in both. And they can see them straight ahead. Everybody's content and just sitting back for the moment, just anticipating, are we going to see some attacks, or is all the teams happy to go up against Wout van Aert and triple stage winner Olaf Koy?
Indeed, we shall soon find out. But I'm just looking, yeah, the wind's dropped even further now. It's only about 5 or 6 kilometres an hour, so not much wind to talk about at all. That's going to affect the race. At 29.7 k's to go. There's our two leaders. Tanfield on the front, slightly more stretched outside of Harry Tanfield. Just behind him, Abram Stockman. I wouldn't want to be on the jury trying to decide which one of these riders is going to be given the most aggressive or the most likeable rider of the day. One of them surely deserves it, that's for sure. But which one will be on the podium? They both enjoyed that time already, unless, of course, one of them decides to attack the other, or we get a solo rider breaking clear. But I just cannot see that right now. But the pace has increased here. Team DSM, Firmenich, just behind. Fernando Gaviria just there. Is both of his hands heavily strapped, just peering up the inside, making sure he's got sight, and is there. Looks like there's a couple of moves going now, and there's Bingo. WB are on the launch.
Maybe not the right thing to do, Stephen Kreuzberg going after this one. It's probably better just to set tempo in the front, but you know, he's obviously got something left in the legs, but you know, he's just jumping on everything. Stephen Kreuzberg on an incredible day, riding at the front all day. An attack there from Bingo, straight on it, nullified it straight away. Normally in those circumstances you just sit at the front and increase the pace, but no, real strong tactics there from Jumbo-Visma. First attack from Bingo, bang, snaffled out straight away, not going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere. We're riding into town. We're really strong today, and again, that's a sign that it shows to everybody else, right? If you want to attack us, we'll go straight on you, so don't bother. And that's just tactics that you use when you're riding on the front and feeling strong. Your legs are screaming, but you know you have to do a job.
It is amazing how much you can find when you're in this doing this sort of job, because you haven't got the stress of worrying about the final. It's not about crossing the line in first place. You have a very specific job to do. There's not exactly a line in the sand where you're going to stop. The line in the sand is a fluid one. It'll be it'll be determined by how much you've got in the tank, the sort of racing that happens and evolves around you, what wheels you can or cannot follow. But ultimately, it's a very pure way of riding your bike. But again, look at the way that Jumbo-Visma are keeping things on the left-hand side. The wind, the little bit of wind that there is blowing to the right. We've got this tail crosswind. It's making it very hard for any riders to attack. But I'm still going to applaud the rider from Bingo WB. This was when it went, but the immediate reaction from Kreuzberg said, we're riding this in for another bunch kick. You can do your best, but I'm bringing you straight back. And in an emphatic reply to the first tentative attack. But will that provide the catalyst for some more attacks? As Tanfield and Stockman, finally, the heroes of the day so far, are brought back by Jos van Emden. Now, are we going to get somebody trying something here? Or are Jumbo-Visma going to be still forced to keep the tempo high? because they won't want to back off here, because if they do back off, that's when they have to keep them riding. We've still got 35 minutes of racing here, Brian.
It's a show of strength. That's completely what it is. If you slow up, then you'll get riders wanting to attack. So what Stephen Croyswick did there was incredible. You know, increasing that pace, nullifying that straight away, and it just showed to everybody else, if you want to try, we're going to ride you down. They've ridden 2 riders all day and controlled the whole race. 27 kilometres to go. Can't see where any of the attacks are coming. Looks as if we could be coming into Newark and seeing a sprint final, but I wouldn't want to be any other sprinter apart from Olaf Koy, because with Wout van Aert there, it's, you know, this is potential history making, 4 stages in a row for Olaf Koy. But then again, other teams might be confident. So I'd like to have seen a little bit more kind of racing, try and kind of open things up a little bit more, but only the teams will decide what they want to do and what's best for them.
Exactly. These attacks might come a little bit later. 26.5 kilometres to go. Black Spoke just moving up the outside here as well. And well grouped together in that lime green jersey as well, the Global 6 cycling team. Colour blocking, but no sense here that anybody just yet is going to make a move. But still riding with real discipline, their TDT Unibet cycling team. They have a sprinter amongst their number. They've had 2 brave riders out in the front today, Tanfield and Stockman. They have now been caught, but they do have an exceptionally capable sprinter amongst the squad in the form of the Belgian David Bomboy, 23 years of age. A couple of top 10s for him so far in this race, and that now, one would imagine, is going to be the objective of the team that has really animated the Tour of Britain over the last few stages. Once the stage is finished today, we'll be halfway through another couple of very flat stages to come on Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday we move into the hills. Gloucestershire, first rendezvous with the climbs, then on Sunday South Wales, finishing with what should be absolutely spectacular day's racing, I think. Well, this is Alexander Richardson dropping back, just throwing a gel wrapper in, getting another bead on. That's Steve Lampier. All smiles here from Richardson. Was on the attack yesterday in the finale. Good move by the men from St Piran. I'm wondering if they're going to do anything else today. Jersey used to it's on a 1 bottle strategy. It's interesting, they got one. I just had 1 bottle cage on there, Brian, which most riders have 2, but clearly he is a rider that is really deeply in, understandably, to his aerodynamics and racecraft, but clearly on a race like this, stage like this, more than happy to just carry 1 or have the other one for aerodynamic purposes. Quite interesting. Don't often see that.
No, Paolo Bettini was famous for that, because he was, you know, ex-world champion, world #1, and you know, he was the rider that was looked after the most. And if you've got in a big team like that, then you can get looked after, get plenty of bottles, and you know, obviously you don't have to carry that kind of half a kilo with you, because most people take on 2 bottles, and okay, they're not full the whole time, but still a little bit of weight. It's all these small margins.
Yep. I think the sprint leader for today for St Piran will be Will Tidball. He won the scratch race at the recent World Championships. A nice conversation with him actually over the weekend, the first weekend of the Worlds. Lovely lad, exceptionally capable rider, but I do think he's going to be the rider they're going to be looking after. Whether they try something before that remains to be seen. The same can be said for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. They've already added a nice 8 points to the total of James Fouché today, but it's going to be, I think, about Rory Townsend. Again, he's had 2 top 10 finishes so far, former Irish road race champion. And what can this man do? Tom Pidcock, one of the most versatile all-rounders there, is getting one of the Bingoal members to, well, I think he might be giving some spare gels out, to be honest with you, by the looks of things. So, interesting exchange of food there. Swapping it back again. That young rider there, David Persico, is actually a pretty decent galloper as well. He's riding as a stagiaire at the moment for the Bingoal WB team. So we're the only Italian on their squad here, mostly Belgians, aside from Alexander Solby, who's again a very capable rider. Alexander Solby recently rode the Tour de l'Avenir for Denmark, part of their victorious Team Time Trial team there, and also briefly led the race. Didn't quite catch the rider that went off the front just a minute ago. It was caught in a matter of seconds, wasn't he, Brian? Didn't give us an opportunity to, unfortunately, identify
out very
him.
quickly.
It was. That was by rather effervescent, considering what he's already put in today. A big stint on the front for Steven Kruijswijk, as we head ever nearer at a rapidly increasing pace towards Newark-on-Trent. I'm wondering now, Brian, whether anybody will actually try to attack. It doesn't, again, you can often look at the movement in the peloton, certain riders moving up, but there's nothing obvious that strikes me now. And the way that teams are in formation, starting to get in formation, is suggesting it's going to be looking after their sprinters rather than try and fire an individual up the road. I still think we might see one or two individuals try and go for it, but this looks as if we're now getting into the part of the race that looks like it's dialed for the sprinters amongst the teams that we have here.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it, Matt? You know, I think we're hoping more than anything that we'd see something, something similar to yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And there's a lot of teams have done absolutely zero today, and they'll be hoping that, you know, they can, you know, fight it out for the sprint victory, because it looks as if it's setting itself up that way. But it's a big risk up against someone that's already won 3 stages. Okay, you have to be in it to win it, and you know, a lot of these riders here starting to move up and starting to look after their potential sprinter, but there's still 22 kilometres to go. It's not a huge peloton. You can afford to kind of sit back a little bit, but you know, some more kind of colour blocking, as we see. Surely in these kind of small 6-man teams, they won't be able to keep this up for too much longer, and you don't really want to be kind of burning your troops too early.
No, definitely not. Well, Fouché, unsurprisingly, is the man that's doing it early for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, because he's most likely the bloke with least to give, considering he's been out in front for 2/3 of the day today. So again, he's going to be pretty tired. He's spent multiple days in the breakaway. He's got a nice lead in the King of the Mountains, but now what he's doing is keeping their sprinter in the mix. Just behind him is Jacob Scott, double winner of the King of the Mountains in the Tour of Britain in the past, and twice in second position too. But today, I think, by the looks of things now, as we head towards this very flat finale, it's all about Townsend, and he is the last man. Well, he's a third from last man. They've got, I think it's Bolton Equities have got a couple of fast riders, haven't they, in the mix. They've got Stewart can sprint well as well. Bostock can sprint really well. So they do have a couple of clear options, but over the last few days, the bunch kicks have been, from what I can see, all about Rory Townsend.
Yeah, they have, and you know, it's Greg Henderson will make those choices. Van Hooijdonk has moved up to third place as well. I think we had a small climb before we head into to Newark, and I think that's the small climb that maybe a few of these teams are maybe targeting as a kind of springboard, and that's why Nathan Van Hooijdonk is moved up, because just in case that they need a little bit more firepower.
Yep, Nils Pollitt also rolling up. Again, he's near the front, so he can respond to any moves. It's not going to come for about another 16 k's though, but you are quite right. There's a little kick up with about 3 or 4, maybe a little bit more than that, about 10 k's to go actually. Sorry, Brian, because it's 166 k's today. So yeah, with about 10 k's to go, we've got that small climb. It's certainly nothing overly to worry about in terms of actually getting over it, but it will provide a bit of a springboard for anybody willing to try along who's feeling pretty strong. But some very impressive numbers being kicked out at the moment. We just saw the stats there of Steven Kruijswijk. Before we saw between 300 and 350, now deep into this race as we pass 20 kilometres to go. He's knocking out between 350 and 400, and that's considering the work he's already put in today. That just shows why Steven Kruijswijk is Steven Kruijswijk and what he's done. That's the sort of numbers that you can put out. I mean, it's enough to make your eyes water, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been incredible. You know, you'd think you'd sway towards Joos van Emden to do those numbers, but just goes to show you, Matt, that, you know, getting up there in Grand Tours and being a GC contender, you still have to be very powerful on a bike. And he's ridden pretty much 3 days in the front with Joos van Emden for Jumbo-Visma. And you could see that when that attack came, You know, he had a bit between his teeth that no one's doing anything. Normally you just stay there and just increase the tempo a little bit and bring him back. But no, he wanted to show that power, jump straight after him, and you know, just send a message out to everybody else. And this is what you do. This is something that I learned when you've been riding all day, that you start to increase the tempo towards the end, just to stop any attacks and just to show that kind of power of strength.
Yep. This formation now is going to be very hard to attack off. You're going to have to be exceptionally strong. Nobody's going to try 19 Ks to go thing. There's hardly any changes of direction either, any significant ones anyway, as you can see there. That's miles an hour, that's not Ks an hour. They're currently speeding. So let's hope that the local neighbourhood watch just give these guys a free pass today. They're currently going over the speed limit. Ineos Grenadiers on the right hand side of the road there. The rider on the front at the moment is Connor Swift. He is a man that can hog the front for a long period of time, just moving through the centre in that fluorescent yellow kit. Bingold WB, perhaps looking after their stagiaire, David Persico. And now being dragged through to the front, another rider from Jumbo-Visma as well. Remember, the green jersey today is being worn by Danny Van Poppel. If you're looking out for Wout van Aert, he's no longer in green. He's moved into third place in the points classification. He is back in the yellow and black of Jumbo-Visma. Of course, he does have the extra distinguishing mark of the Red Bull helmet as well, which makes him easy to pick out, although he has got a monstrous physique as well. Heavily muscled. Poise in spades. An impressive sight on a bike as the road just narrows there a little bit. They're the little pinch points at this stage of the race that are so easy to get it wrong, aren't they, Brian? Those little bits where the riders come together. Everybody okay, thankfully. But that's one thing right now that people have got to be mindful of as this holding for position takes place.
It's you know, always a kind of battle, and you know, these riders, the last thing you want to do is tense up, and you get that when you're kind of further down the ladder. That all these riders are very relaxed, so they can, when they touch someone else and, you know, bounce over to another person. You saw in the stage a couple of days ago when, you know, when the riders get sandwiched coming in towards the finish, that when you're really tense, you know, it just needs you to, you know, a slight lift, and the front wheel just, you know, goes away from you. So yeah, these riders are very relaxed. They get very close. I think we saw at the start of the programme that you know, the bunch finished yesterday, how close they are getting. Even Gaviria, you know, just obviously kind of touching side to side. You know, that's you can't panic in those situations.
You've got to be very, very careful. They really are kicking on. Just look at some of the faces of riders trying to hold on to the front. We've got Carlos Verona on the front there. We're in the middle of our screens in the blue of Movistar with the white helmet. And that was the hand, I believe, of Wout van Aert, just showing people a railway crossing that they've safely gone over. Quite an angle that was. A few of the riders would have actually flicked their wheels ever so slightly to the left just to cut that corner, or to cut the angle a little bit. And now we're into the lanes a bit more here. Another deviation from the main road. It's Connor Swift who's taken things up at the front now for the Ineos Grenadiers. And temporarily, the yellow and black of Jumbo-Visma, the sight of Kruijswijk and Van Emden on the front, have been washed away briefly, but I do think they'll return to the
briefly.
front here very briefly.
Yeah, they have to show that power. Kruijswijk's day is done, so he's now at the back, but you have to go straight to the front. You have to show that, you know, we're still here, we're still in control. Yep.
They were really, that was one of these little mini battles that takes place on the approach. This was purely for this bit of road, wasn't it, to come into this narrow section still in a dominant position. As we see another attack from Bingold. Well, they've already tried to fire one rider up the road, and they're doing it. So with 15.9 Ks to go, we have a lone attacker from Bingold WB. Good to see them on the offensive, but look at this immediately. Well, within seconds there's a reaction, and it's Jos van Emden who just finds another gear, doesn't even shift position on the bike. Again, stamping their authority on this race. A little bit of a shake of the head there. That's what it takes. That's how hard it is to move away from a rapidly moving bunch. Van Emden moves past, doesn't even look across to the rider from Bingold WB. But you have to try something. And it looks like there might be another move going on the right-hand side. It isn't. In fact, it's just the team of TDT Unibet making sure they're in a good position. So back together, Brian, with 15.2 k's to go.
Yeah, you have to keep on doing this. You know, just a look over from the bingo rider and just see the stealth mode of Jos van Emden. It's just a show of power. That's all it is. It's a bit of cyclocross on the left-hand side, but it's just they cannot allow any rider to go away. What they're trying to do is, if anybody tries, we're just going to ride you down. So there's no point in trying. That's what their method is. That's what the psychology is. If they do let someone go, everybody gets excited. But what they're trying to do is just snaffle out any other opportunities and do it very quickly.
Well, that's why we saw yesterday St Piran trying something. It was in the wind, but they used team tactics, the strength of three riders, three exceptionally strong riders together. And that did provoke a response. It was like poking a hornet's nest, wasn't it? Quite literally, in the terms of the colours represented by Jumbo-Visma. They're straight on it. But at this sort of speed, the only way you're going to get clear is if, firstly, you're exceptionally strong, or there's 3 or 4 of you who can start relaying very quickly to put a little bit of pressure on behind. But 14.4 k's to go. One attack from one of the bingo riders been brought back together almost without any emotion. It was just like, no, that's not happening, and not even a glance across from Jos van Emden. So it is as you were. So stage 4 of the Tour of Britain, 166.6 kilometres long. We started off around 3.5 hours ago in Sherwood Forest, the home of Robin Hood. And today, the destination, the finish town for the second time in the history of the Tour of Britain, is Newark-on-Trent. 3 riders made the break of the day. James Fouché of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. 2 riders from the Unibet cycling team, Harry Tanfield and Stockman. And after taking maximum points in the King of the Mountains, James Fouché dropped back to the bunch, leaving both riders from the TBT Unibet team out in front on their own. They were taken back about 10 or 15 kilometres ago. And right now, we are heading towards Newark-on-Trent, and the strong likelihood is we're going to have another mass bunch sprint. Who can beat Olav Koy? He has won every single stage, and there he is in that blue jersey with the red sleeves, sat on the wheel of the man that's led him out on every occasion, Wout van Aert. Brian, can he do it again today? There's a strong likelihood that he can, but when you think about it, it's looking like it's going to be a bunch kick. With each win, back-to-back wins, the further you get into a winning streak, the stronger the likelihood it's going to be broken. That's just a numbers game. So I think he's got the strength, he's got the lead out, but surely there must be some team who can try and break the deadlock, because it's harder and harder to back up win after win after win. So you could argue that he's at, just from a numbers game, that Olav Koy is at his most vulnerable at this point. And surely that's going to be in the thinking of some of the teams, despite their show of strength.
If Jumbo-Visma come into the final kilometre and they're leading the way, they lead the sprints, then I think it's very difficult to beat the fastest man, Olav Koy. So the only way to try and beat that is to get your train in front of them and actually lead out. You know, be that person that opens up first and try and force the likes of Olav Koy around that. Okay, the only negative part of that is you're virtually almost kind of leading out as well. So it does look as if Sam Bennett is up there. He's the 4th in the line of the Bora Hansgrohe riders, and I think that's what they've been trying to do. They've been trying to get the lead out and kind of open up in front of Olav Koy and let him try and kind of come round. So I think that's the only tactic he can have. But I think with having Wout van Aert there, it's always going to be very difficult. And Wout van Aert, he always manages to be at the right place at the right time. And Olav Koy, especially this week, he's just got super confident in the fact that he just has to follow Wout van Aert, and he'll get the perfect lead out and leading it from the front, which he's done pretty much since we started this Tour of Britain.
Yep, he certainly has. Well, as we head towards the finish, 12 kilometres to go now, as we look at Nils Pollitt. A bit aggressive over the last few stages, willing to take up the race, willing to try and force and to try and isolate Jumbo-Visma. It happened most starkly yesterday. It all came back together, and Olav Koy won the day. Undefeated so far in this race is the young rider from the Netherlands. Still only 21 years of age. But let's just give you a couple of other jerseys, a couple of other riders to watch out for as we head ever nearer and ever more rapidly towards the finish in Newark-upon-Trent. Watch out for in the blue of Max Canter. Tom Pidcock will be in the mix Maybe not necessarily vying for the win unless he tries something spectacular, but because of the no time bonuses on offer in this race, he'll be trying to make sure he finishes highly as possible. Also there as well, and I think he poses a genuine threat today. Each stage, Ethan Vernon has got better and better and better. Normally rides for the World Tour team, Soudal Quick-Step, but is in the colours of Great Britain. Watch out for Ethan Vernon in the white jersey. Who will it be today for Bora Hansgrohe in that green, red and black kit? Will it be Sam Bennett? Will it be Danny Van Poppel? I'm not too sure, Brian. We'll find out in a bit, although it does look like Bennett is on the wheel of Van Poppel right now, but still quite early to tell. Potentially Rory Townsend should be in the mix as well, in the purple and yellow of the Bolton Equities team. And of course, Olav Koy in the blue and red jersey of race leader. A couple of outsiders to consider. Sonyak of the Q36.5 cycling team. Will Tidball in the black of St Piran. Maybe Casper van Uden in the white jersey for Team DSM. David Bomboy in the light blue of TDT Unibet. And watch out as well for Luke Lamperty of Trinity Cycling. Now, the Trinity Racing team, should I say, has been quiet so far in this race. Yesterday it was Rob Donaldson who took a good top 10 placing, but watch out for the young American again in their special kit for this edition of the Tour of Britain. They're in a light blue kit with a yellow flash down the back. And then there's the duo of Stian Fredheim and the Tord Goodmanstadt, maybe even Rasmus Tiller as well. The Uno X Pro cycling team in the red and yellow have got several options, but certainly watch out for them at the front as we head towards the finish. So there's all the sprinters to consider. 10 Ks to go now, Brian. We are looking like it's going to be a bunch kit, completely sheltered, quite narrow here. So just this holding pattern that we're getting now for the next few Ks before we head into the town. And I don't know if you've got the map up in front of you, but do you want to talk us through the last 3 Ks for the last time, Brian? Because that 2.5 Ks to go could be critical.
Definitely, when we come into any built-up area, we get the road furniture. You know, you get your pinch points, you get, you know, your left and rights, but particularly with 2.5 kilometres to go, we come from quite a lengthy straight, almost maybe a 1 kilometre straight, and then it's all of a sudden it's like a right hand, about 50 metres left, and then you're back onto pretty much a straight with many central islands from 2 kilometres out, and then we got a sweeping left takes us into 1 kilometre to go, another sweeping right with 900 metres to go, and then it's pretty much straight to the line. But I think that kind of bottleneck with 2.5 kilometres to go would be the major concern for most of these teams. Make sure you get good position into there and you don't get stuck behind any kind of potential crash.
Yep, I think that's where we're going to see the likes of Ryan Mullen, maybe even Nils Pollitt come into play. Those big lead-out riders who aren't the final drop-off, but they're the kind of riders who can spend between 500 metres to 1.5 K on the front. That is the sort of role that Nathan Van Hooydonk will be doing for Jumbo-Visma. Actually, no, that probably more Eduardo Affini, and then Van Hooydonk, and then Wout van Aert. That's the way they've been running things, and they've been running that with dramatic effect. They are the dominant team. They've got the race leader, 3 stage wins. He is the man to beat. But I'm going to say it again, it's also a numbers game. There's a strong likelihood he could take 4 wins from 4, but also statistically it becomes increasingly difficult to back it up win after win after win. So we shall find out, but they certainly have the team absolutely dialed. They've been sharp as a pin today. Kruijswijk and Van Emden has snuffed out was what I was trying to say, Brian. Pretty much everything today, and with 8.4 Ks to go, we are heading towards the narrow streets of Newark-on-Trent. It is Jumbo-Visma on the right-hand side, TDT Unibet in the centre, then the purple jerseys of the Black Spoke Equities cycling team in the centre, and then ever present on the right-hand side of the road, it is Ineos Grenadiers.
I think for Olav Koy, he's won 3 stages, and you can see the intent is there. That's why they've been forced into kind of riding for the last few days. But and always is the case, Matt, that you know you do put a little bit of pressure on yourself to deliver, especially when your team have ridden all day. You know, you hear it from the sprinters. You know, I did this for the team, but at the same time, the other teams, I would say the pressure is starting to kind of heap on them, and I would say more so for the likes of Bora Hansgrohe. They've come close so many times.
Yep.
You know, they're so close but so far away from a win. I really do think it's for Sam Bennett today, and I think it's been Sam Bennett the whole way along, but I think he was pushed out of it yesterday, and Danny Van Poppel did his own sprints, and then Sam Bennett just got, you know, caught in the into Wrexham as well. So I do think there's more pressure on the other teams that haven't won than there is in pressure on Jumbo-Visma, because purely they've won the last 3 stages.
Exactly. But they ride to very high standards, as we've seen. They've not let anything go. They are focused on winning as many bike races as they can, and that's what they do with ruthless efficiency. They are the team to beat. Another team just moving through the centre. The yellow shoulders and the red back, that's the Uno X Pro cycling team. They've got a couple of clear options. Rasmus Tiller was up there yesterday, but it was the sort of finish, that slightly uphill finish that suited the attributes of the rider that can go a lot longer. I think today will be more, well, it's difficult to say actually, Stian Fridheim or Tord Gudmundsdal, but they are such a versatile team. They've also got riders for the GC later on as well, but they are mustering their troops in the centre. As we look at, it's quite interesting. Look at that. That's a sheep. That's a sheep penny farthing. That's brilliant.
Yeah, should have let them out a couple of minutes earlier.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I've never seen things like that before. So a live bicycle. They laid the food down in the shape of a penny farthing. Well, well done, whoever put that together. So 6.5 Ks to go. This race will be over in about 8.5 minutes. Left-hand side, Luke Rowe for the Ineos Grenadiers on his wheel, the former British champion. That's Connor Swift on the extreme right-hand side of the road. The rider is had his nose in the wind for the vast majority of the day. Is still incredibly Jos van Emden. Just next to him, we've got 3 riders from the TDT Unibet cycling team. Then it's Uno X, then it's Movistar. Remember, they're looking after the German sprinter, and there's a big launch in the centre here. Now, I'm not too sure. That was just a move to one side of the road. I thought that was going to be a little attack there. Also, Trinity Racing now moving up, looking after Luke Lamperty. Moving up to the World Tour next year. Multiple wins across many races this year, Luke Lamperty. Yet to find his stride in the Tour of Britain. Could this be the day for it? He's got a strong team around him, full of belief. They've got a man to inspire them in the team car as well. Pete Kenyak, the man who knows how to win bike races, looking after this young team of Espoirs, and they are now on the front, riding next to the Ineos Grenadiers. This is building up nicely, this one, Brian. 5.7 Ks to go.
It is, and I think of all the sprinters that are in this Tour of Britain, Lamperty is the one that is maybe kind of disappointed me the most, because he has got history, he has got you know, the legs to be able to do that, whether he's got the form. But I think you mentioned it, he has been missing so far, but put that behind him. Look at this stage, and you know, if he gets a top 3 or, you know, get the chance of winning, then he puts everything else that happened over the last 3 days to bed.
Yep. An exceptionally gifted rider. Still only 20 years of age, but as I say, he's been picked up by the squad of Patrick Lefevere and will be riding up the World Tour, but still wants to win, especially amongst such esteemed company. Bingle moving up as well, a singular rider there. Bora Hansgrohe a little bit fractious at the moment. There's one rider moving towards the front, just on the wheel of the Bingle rider, as we head into 5 kilometres to go now. The early break taken back, and now it is going to be another big brunt sprint unless somebody can emerge from this peloton, but I think that is increasingly unlikely. Movistar dead centre of your screen now. Left-hand side, or right as we're looking at it now, just with the edge over the Ineos Grenadiers, is the Trinity Racing team in that new livery. Now moving up on the left-hand side, on our right-hand side at the moment, that is Nathan van Hooydonk of Jumbo-Visma, leaving it a little bit late. Eduardo Affini on his wheel, but we know how much strength they've got, should I say. And you can just see Wout van Aert in third wheel as we look to the front for the Trinity Racing team. They're setting a good tempo here at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it was just a moment ago that Jos van Emden did his last turn, a flick of the elbow, so he's gone to, you know, just inside 5 kilometres ago after ridden all day. So it is going to be chaotic, and we didn't expect anything else, because we have seen this over the last few days. It's these traffic islands, it's when you're in the middle, better to be one side or the other. You get to Ineos on the left hand side, Gaviria coming up here, he'll be a great support for Max Canter, but he's on his own for the moment. The left way around is the longest way around, and that's where Jumbo-Visma are.
Yeah, they've got there. Well, they've got a lot of work to do to come back up now. That left-hand turn, as you quite rightly said, was the wrong way to go. So it is the teams that we didn't expect to be at the front, but there's still plenty of room. It's going to take a lot of effort, though. You can just see Eduardo Fini on his own trying to make up a little bit of space now. It is now the Trinity Racing team leading, 3.4 kilometres to go. This is where the road straightens out. Approaching in about 800 metres time is that little chicane that Brian was talking about. The right, the immediate left, then left again to go through 2Ks to go. So a real technical section coming up, but it is at the moment Trinity Racing leading the group with Jumbo-Visma, trying still to find some space. They're spread out all over the place at the moment, but there on the inside is Wout van Aert.
Yeah, he's moved up a little bit, just trying to see where the race leader is. Bora Hansgrohe coming on the right-hand side. Ethan Vernon with the GB team moving up as well. So everybody's slowly getting back in after being kind of pushed out of it for the moment. But Wout van Aert having Olaf Koy on the wheel now is just sitting pretty as we goes into this phase of corners now.
Yep, it is Ineos Grenadiers leading through. Bora Hansgrohe on the outside as well, going a little bit wide and losing what could be some valuable length there. But the thing about going wide there, they managed to carry a little bit more speed. So that little chicane is done and dusted. We're on a big road now. It's still Luke Rowe on the front, but in the centre, it is the squad of Great Britain trying to put Ethan Vernon into position. And just on the inside now with 2.4 Ks to go, a little bit blocked in at the moment is Jumbo-Visma, Brian.
Yeah, they'll be hoping it kind of opens out a little bit. So this is a perfect, almost all the whole run-in for the last 5 kilometres. It's been a good effort here from Ineos Grenadiers. Bit of a grit of the teeth from the boys from Great Britain, but Wout van Aert has moved right up there. He's got Koy on the wheel. They've also got Nathan van Hooijdonk. So setting up nicely to a sprint finish here. But, you know, let's see. Bora Hansgrohe being kind of pushed out of it a little bit, and Nathan van Hooijdonk comes out in the middle here for Jumbo-Visma with Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy on the wheel, just almost at the perfect timing.
That's perfect time. They just emerged from the melee there. Also in the mix on the right-hand side, the silver of the QSO, the 6.5 cycling team. Nils Pollitt is just on the wheel there. He's got Sam Bennett on his wheel coming up the inside now as well. Team DSM, remember they've got the white jersey on the shoulders of Casper van Uden as well. 1.4 kilometres to go. In about 100 metres time, they will swing to the left. Then they'll go under the Flamme Rouge and the finishing straight will open up. Ben Turner on the right-hand side, looking round. He has got the race leader on his wheel, but this is some turn on the front there by Nathan van Hooijdonk. Wout van Aert on his wheel.
Yeah, yes, and just Olaf Koy just moving up a little bit. He gets on Wout van Aert's wheel round us there, left-hander at sweep right, and we'll be into the finishing straight. So, just as we thought, Jumbo-Visma wanting to lead this one out from the front, and if anybody wants to try and beat them, they had to do this. So it looks as if inside of 1 kilometre to go, we've got Jumbo-Visma bossing this.
By the turn right, it is still Nathan van Hooijdonk gingerly round that corner, accelerates again. The man in second. It's a long finishing straight now. He looks around. There's a slight meandering of the finishing straight. They don't want to go on the front too long. Well, they're just easing ever so slightly here. Casper van Uden moving up onto the wheel of Olaf Koy. In the centre there, it looks like Gaviria leading out Max Canter. Ben Turner in the mix on the left-hand side. Been swept up now. It's Trinity Racing. This is another extraordinarily long lead out by Wout van Aert. Olaf Koy on his wheel. It is still Wout van Aert leading out with incredible pace. Canter there. Van Uden also in the mix as well. This is going to be a tremendous sprint to the line. Wout van Aert is still there. Oh, well, this is it. Koy opens things up. It's Koy again. It's going to be 4. Van Uden on the left-hand side. Van Uden in the centre, but Koy takes it. 4 from 4. Record breaker, Olaf Koy. Another demonstration of raw power and finesse from the young Dutchman. Absolutely incredible.
That combination between Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy is exceptional, unbelievable, and the only way to beat them was to take them on at their own race and to take it on from the front, and nobody could do it. They get swamped out a little bit, and he noticed just outside the last kilometre, Olaf Koy get pushed out of it. He just kind of dived down the left-hand side, got onto the wheel of Wout van Aert. When they came into the last kilometre, Mark, in my book, there was only going to be one winner. I know Van Uden was there and Vernon and things like that, but they were almost pretty much at their limits, and just Olaf Koy just opened up inside the last 200 metres and won quite easily again.
Well,
just watch this here, but you know, these central reservations, they're so dangerous, but you know, at this moment there's a lot of riders trying to play catch up. Van Hooijdonk at the front there, Wout van Aert sneaking up the inside. I think that was Sanyok. But as soon as we came into this part, you know, we had inside 1 kilometre to go, and you know, Wout van Aert just starts to grind this one out. Everybody is starting to move up. You could see that Gaviria starting to help out. I think that was Cantor that he was moving up. He was Max there. Look at him. He was. He's just swaying all over the place. He's Max. Right, I'm out here. Job done. Van Uden looks okay. Vernon, he's just trying to kind of hold the wheel at the moment. But everybody else is pushed well out of this one. And just watch the speed of Wout van Aert. It's just incredible. They've started the sprint already. Bang. There goes 200 metres to go. There goes Olaf Koy. No one else can get close to him. No one else. If you want to beat this man, you have to almost pretty much start from the front or have Wout van Aert in your team. Van Uden bangs the bars. That was a perfect opportunity for him, but Olaf Koy is just too quick for the rest of them. He's the fastest rider in the Tour of Britain, and that combination with Wout van Aert's incredible to see. Yeah, it is. It's something to behold. It's an absolute joy to behold. They've got a stranglehold on the race. There you go. It looks like Tom Pidcock managed to roll Wout van Aert for the placings. That's a looking ahead, but it's just the length of time that Wout van Aert was on the front, and you pointed it out. Fernando Gaviria, he was effectively sprinting, and then for another 150 metres Wout van Aert continued at the same pace. Everybody was absolutely pinned, and then Koy launches off that ridiculous power that Wout van Aert puts out just over the crest of that little climb, carrying so much speed, ridiculous leg speed as well, to take another victory number 12 this season, or 11 on the road if you count the Team Tarntroll. A frustrated bang of the bars there for Casper van Uden. A good ride by him, but there we go. Confirmation of the result again today. Olaf Koy, 4 wins from 4. That has never been done before in the Tour of Britain. Casper van Uden of the Netherlands making it a Lowlands 1-2. Ethan Vernon will have to be satisfied with another 3rd place. Then we have Milan Frentin, a good ride by him from the Team at Flanders Baloise team. Then Max Canter, Fredheim, Persico, Turner, Bennett and Bomboy. That's your top 10. So just copy and paste that for tomorrow. It's even flatter tomorrow, Brian, isn't it? And even flatter, well, too. We've got you thought these days were flat. Tomorrow and the next day are extraordinarily flat. But, well, I can see this man winning 6 stages. There you go. Takes it by 3/4 of a length from a rapidly fast finishing Casper van Uden, and then Ethan Vernon just behind. But again, for a moment, you know, when we saw it's an amazing turn on the front by Nathan van Hooijdonk, and he actually had to feather it slightly to keep it going because he didn't want to expose Wout van Aert for too long. But in the end, Van Aert had to take it up, eased, and then just went again. And once he lined it out, the result was always going to be the same for me, as you just said. And we never want to say that something was predictable, but as you said, as soon as we saw the final K, there was only ever going to be one winner. And that's the shape of the general classification. Everybody's still on the same time, the best part of 50 riders on the same time, but courtesy of 4 stage wins, Olaf Koy still leads the Tour of Britain ahead of Ethan Vernon, Max Canter, Wout van Aert, David Bonboy, Danny van Poppel. Tom Pidcock moves up to 7th. Then we have Casper van Uden, Gonzalo Serrano, last year's winner, still up there in the top 10, and the Irish rider Rory Townsend for Bolt Equities Blackscope, rounding out your top 10. So that is Newark-on-Trent from the air. What a beautiful sight it is. And the River Trent passing through just on the left-hand side. An interesting day's racing, Brian. A spectacular sprint as well. Brave riding through our breakaways. A solid day out in front by James Fouché. But what can you say about Jumbo-Visma? Across the board, to a man, everybody delivered today, didn't they? I mean, you win the bike race, but it's just the way they've just completely bossed it. And there haven't been a lot of options for other teams. And the pace that they've set on the front has been almost impossible to attack off. They are just the strongest team here right now. Things could change later, but up to now, perfect racing. Head and shoulders. Control the start, which they did. 3 riders go down the road. And then at the end, Steven Kruijswijk, Joos van Emden, huge amount of power today to control things all day. And Joos van Emden went into inside the last 5 kilometres. That says it all. The efforts of Steven Kruijswijk to shut things down, incredible. And then with 4 riders left, and it gets chaotic in the end. So everybody was trying to kind of line up and help each other, but when you call upon Affini, Van Hooijdonk and Wout van Aert, that's quality in itself. That's riders that, okay, we get out of sorts here, but we can move up. Just watch here. You got the 2 riders at the front here. Watch the race leader here. He just moves up, coming into this corner now. Just moves up the inside. Ben Turner's in front of him. Just watch this move. He pops onto Wout van Aert's wheel perfectly. He's just waiting on the wheels, pops up, comes out the corner, and it's 1, 2, 3 again. It's not. He get pushed off Wout van Aert's wheel, and he never panicked. He stayed in the slipstream. He stayed with Ben Turner, and he just made that effort round the corner there. Most people would have tried to move up in the straight, but he didn't. He waited, and he just dived up the left-hand side, got the wheel, perfect wheel. The Q 36.5. Wow, that was a big risk he took in that corner there. But we opened up. I said when we come into the last kilometre, and this is the scenario, pretty much there could only be one winner, and that was the case. You know, when Wout van Aert opened up here, you know, Gaviria, you have to feel for him.
Yeah.
Wout van Aert's opening up, and Gaviria's almost, he's in the red, he's sprinting already, and you can see the others, you know, the way they're rocking, just trying to hold the wheel at this stage. And it's a case of how long can Wout van Aert keep this going, and just watch, they start to come up, they open up, they want to try and surprise, but no. We come up to 200 metres to go, and off goes Olaf Koy, nice and easy, and you know, wins quite easy in the end. That's what he's been doing since day one, and no one can do anything about it. If you ride into the finish and you've got that combination of Wout van Aert and Olaf Koy, there's not a lot you can do about it. And everybody, for 4 days in a row, they're realising that. What can they do differently? I don't know. It's maybe attack further out, maybe do what we're trying to say on the stage, but nobody's decided to do it apart from Bingo.
Exactly. Yeah, an emphatic win again. I think it's as well as, I mean, Olaf Koy, we know 4 of his wins have come in this race, but there's been 7 wins elsewhere this year, all evenly spread. He is very, very fast indeed. One of the best sprinters in the world. Looking forward to seeing him at a Grand Tour, winning some stages. But he is ridiculously fast, but I think it's just the delivery, the way the team ride, building that confidence all day long. You've got one of the best sprinters in the world anyway leading you out. It's just what Van Aert can, the way he pins everybody else, and the way he gets into position and just stretches it out, gives very few options for others to come round. And just that speed before the sprint is delivered, I think, is crucial to me. It's putting a lot of the best sprinters in the world already at or near their maximum. And that's what's quite different about having Wout van Aert leading. Okay, we've got some exceptionally good sprinters here. It's not a Tour de France or a Giro finish, but there's some great sprinters here. But Jumbo-Visma are just the dominant team. They have the full package. They've come here with an absolute A-team. And when they open things up with a combination that we're seeing day after day here, with Affini, Van Hooijdonk dropping off Van Aert, and what Van Aert can do in the last kilometre of a race or last 800 metres is absolutely phenomenal. And then they've got the icing on the cake with Olaf Koy, with that sharpness, that ridiculous leg speed that he's got. It's just a devastating combination, and there's going to be a lot of teams right now scratching their heads, Brian.
Big time. They already know what they have to do. It's just having the firepower to deliver it, and not having a fast enough rider. Olaf Koy is the fastest rider here. He is winning 4 stages. He is the fastest rider. So how do you beat the fastest rider? And I know Van Uden was close, but if DSM could have kind of led into that last bit, it seems to be when they get pushed out, they always find a way forward. They went the wrong way around one of the corners further out a few kilometres ago. Never panicked, got themselves back. I think I said this during the stage, that never panic. This is the moment here. They just went round at the left-hand side. Wout van Aert's there, and they lost quite a few places. But at this stage, you don't really panic, and they didn't. Wout van Aert pops up at the right time, all the time. It's incredible to see. You know, I have to say, Enes Grenadier's got this spot on. but also Bora Hansgrohe were there. They had, you know, 3 riders up there, or 3 riders helping Sam Bennett, but Sam Bennett looks really laboured, riding a huge gear and finishing 9th. That's huge. Sam Bennett should be up here with the best winning. He was one of the best sprinters in the world, but he's just nowhere near it at the moment. You just see him in the background shaking his head. What's gone wrong?
Yeah.
This man here, full of confidence, win, nice and easy, and he's got the team to deliver him.
He certainly has. Yeah, Bennett was in a good place. Just looking at the overhead before and watching and tracking Bennett's progress, and just got caught. You make your own luck. He just wasn't maybe in the right position. I mean, he was ever so slightly boxed in by Ethan Vernon at one point. But as I say, Bennett normally wouldn't be in a position to get boxed in. He'd find space, wouldn't he? And the big thing in sprinting is, of course, finding space.
Congratulations.
Anyway,
what's your reaction to the win today?
Again.
Yeah, I mean, like I said the other days, you never really get used to winning. It's always nice and always difficult in those sprints. I mean, yeah, again, it was up to us to control, which the guys did again really good. And then, yeah, we lost 8-0 once it got hectic in the last 4K. So, yeah, we were maybe one man short to what we planned, but yeah, in the end we still managed to pull it off.
And at one point you lost Wout's wheel, but you got it back. How did you do that?
Yeah, I think yeah, sometimes you also need to be a little bit patient and wait for the right time. I think yeah, it's always an effort to go through the wind, and yeah, those are things you rather not do just before the sprint starts. So. Yeah, we got it back into the last 1.5K, which was perfect, and he knew he was there, and then he knew what he had to do.
Having made it 4 out of 4, what does this performance at the Tour of Britain do for your personal confidence?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I think, yeah, the goal for me was just to win throughout the whole season. I didn't have one specific goal or race in mind, so yeah, being able to be consistent this year, yeah, has been really also good for the confidence.
And can you put into words what you think is the difference between this team Jumbo-Visma and the other teams you're racing here against?
Yeah, I think the guys we have here have all proven that they didn't know what to do, and yeah, we got the experience, and also they got the power, so I think that's the perfect combination.
And the final and perhaps obvious question is, can you make it 5 out of 5 or possibly even more?
Oh, we will see. Yeah, we keep going day by day, and yeah, first we will enjoy this one again.
Okay, congratulations, thank you.
Yeah, just as I say, the key word there as well, Brian, apart from the raw power, was his use of the word patience. Sometimes you've got to be patient, and he does keep a calm head, and sprinters as well as having that ridiculously high top-end power and craft, do have to be patient, and sprinting is about moments, isn't it? If you go a moment too early, you all can be lost. But also, just before the sprint, it was very hectic. The road furniture made it even more chaotic, and Jumbo-Visma, as I say, that they lost Affini, who went the wrong way around one of the traffic on, and so he was out of the game, and that's what made that sprint a little bit more complicated in relation to finally dropping him off. And Hooijdonk and Van Aert, between them, probably had to do another couple of 100 metres each, didn't they? Which wasn't optimum, but they still delivered.
They did, and it's maybe something for the organisers to look at, because I thought that was again bordering on a little bit dangerous there. I think they have to take a leaf out what ASO do and just tell them they have to take one way round
Ethan Vernon,
a particular roundabout or corner.
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, a bit the same as yesterday. Maybe a bit more disappointed today. The lads rode phenomenal. Like, I can't fault what they did for me. Noah and Josh, they put me in the perfect position in the last K. I was on a perfect wheel, but I made a wrong decision when I started the sprint. I went the wrong side, to the side that Van Aert was coming back on, and yeah, disrupted my sprint. But yeah, I'm a bit disappointed because the lads did everything perfect, and yeah, it's a shame I can't finish it off them.
You're certainly up there and trying. You've said several times this week that you just want the guys to get round you and to learn and to support you. So do you still have the feeling that you can do it?
Yeah, that was a big step today, I think. When you watch back the last few K, and you see Ineos, Bora, Jumbo lining up and GB next to them, I think it's pretty impressive considering these guys are 19, 20 years old, so yeah.
So you're still going to go for it, still hoping you're going to get that elusive win, but you're up against some very, very strong talent there.
Yeah, it's taken a while, but again, same result as yesterday, but again, a step forward as a team. So I think, yeah, there's 2 more opportunities. Obviously, it'll be nice to win. I'm not saying it'll be a disaster if we don't win, because we still have GC ambitions with Stevie on the last couple of days. But I think, if anything, if nothing, we take a lot of positive away, and it's been a good experience and big learning curve for the guys.
Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Oh, interesting chat there from Ethan Vernon, actually. He's certainly been looking good, certainly got into his stride. And the 2 riders that he was talking about, because it's a team that's built up of youth and experience. You've got both Ollie Wood, 27, and Stevie Williams there for the GC. But the young lads who were navigating and helping to find him, Ethan's way, guide him into the final few hundred metres, are both 20 years of age, and Noah 19 years of age. So, yeah, they're there. But that's the thing. Sprints are about moments, and you pick the wrong direction to go in, regardless of how well you're feeling. If the door's shut, the door's shut. But a solid ride by Ethan Vernon again, nonetheless.
County Council, Evan Folger and Mia Humberstone.
So a very long shot of the podium here for us. That's better.
To receive the trophy, the Equus Watch, the Magnum of Nye Timber and the bouquet, the winner of Stage 4 for the team of Jumbo-Visma, his 4th consecutive stage victory, making a new record for Olaf Koy.
Olaf Koy is the man of the race so far. Incredibly, we hit the halfway mark in the Tour of Britain this year. 4 stages behind us now, 4 in front, and this man has won every single stage. He's getting used to this. He'll be on the podium in a few more moments as well. Increased his lead in the green jersey competition as well. Another couple of flat stages to go. Can this man make it a quite unprecedented 6 wins, maybe 5 wins? Got to do 5 first, of course. Tomorrow's another day. Olaf Koy, your winner here in Newark-on-Trent. Well, tomorrow, as we were alluding to, we head quite a long way from here, down to the coast, Felixstowe to Felixstowe. Very long stage indeed, 192.4 kilometres tomorrow. 2 categorised climbs at the start of the race, but another very flat stage on the menu tomorrow.
Councillor John Ogle, the chair of Newark and Sherwood District Council, Celia Brooks.
So great to see such a good crowd out here actually in Newark, Brian, isn't it? So hundreds and hundreds of people here to watch the race, which is fantastic.
Yeah, great to see. Very much a cycling part of the world as well. Nice roads.
And so, with 4 consecutive stage victories, it will come as no surprise to find that the leader of the Tour of Britain after 4 stages of racing is, for the team Jumbo-Visma, Olaf Koy!
Here he is again, in that rather lovely jersey. The blue and red lead jersey of the Tour of Britain, still on the shoulders of Olaf Koy.
Another red, white and blue leaders jersey for your Tour of